than 500 pesos. And I think it's really the initiative po, and it's really the drive to better ourselves at home improvement. That's really coming.
Yes. And I think time will come that they will be really affordable. I mean,
Mhm.
available to everyone.
Yeah, that's right, and I agree with that. Especially with actually, it's connected with the next question. No, so it's more of the role of e-commerce, right? So we've noticed the connectivity of e-commerce with I'm not sure if I could say, but some apps that you have that you could purchase everything online. No? So e-commerce is rapidly becoming po kasi a staple in Philippine society, and it's becoming one of the go-to social media apps of the new normal. From your point of view, how has this improved home improvement and design, or has it helped it concretely to push it for the advocacy of home improvement?
Yeah. Personally, medyo hirap ako dyan, no? Because I am a believer that I have to see the product first.
That's true.
I
That's
have to see the product first. But it helped a lot because there are products that you don't have to see na eh. Let's say you want to buy an artwork.
right.
You just get the size from from the supplier, from the store, and then just check it sa wall mo, and then you can buy it. Ang
Mhm.
aking non-negotiable ko naman are furniture. But the furniture,
Right.
it can be done. I think the yung social media communication, we can always ask, we can always
Mhm.
call,
Mhm.
and then what's easier is you can just pay online and then they
Mhm.
deliver it to you, so it saves you time from traveling.
Mhm.
So in both ways, yes. And then yeah, medyo may mga parts of na medyo ako I am personally adjusting to it, but I
Mhm.
don't mind if that's where we are going.
That's right. That's right. Tama po kayo dun. So there are negative experiences, definitely. Negative customer experiences of course, obviously in purchasing something you haven't seen before, just seen it on your phone. There's always that possibility. But to Miss Doris's point, yes, it helps in the convenience part of things. And I think it's really the trend. That's where we're going. And I think the whole home improvement market is adapting naman po to that. Okay, there's also another question in our chat box, no? Good day. I'm just curious, what are the top interior design trends this 2021 from Miss Divine Gamayon? Interior design trends. I think that's what you discussed kanina. But if you want to make a rundown, sure, why not?
Yeah, the trend actually, we're halfway, no, sa 2021. It still is biophilic design. It's still yung may mga plants, yung close to nature. Kasi parang feeling ko hindi pa tayo makaka-get over talaga nun until everyone is back. I mean, lahat tayo naka-vaccine na kasi marami sa ating takot pang lumabas. So, it's a lot of people will still work with the plants, something with the wood, yung may boho, ganyan. Kasi it gives us parang that
Mhm.
feeling na we're not in our homes. Parang that freedom na when I travel, I see this, I want to apply this in my home. So there, biophilic design pa rin will be the
Right,
trend.
right, right. So thank you. I hope Miss Gamayan, your question was duly answered by Miss Doris. Right. Also, Miss Doris, we've noticed a trend in Airbnb, no, particularly for the condo owners here in attendance, no. So, would you think it would be wise to allocate a certain budget for renovation or improvement, or if so, what are your tips for them?
Of course, yes. Always set a budget. That's we apply that because at the end of the day, you still need to check your ROI. First, for
Right, right, right.
Airbnb properties, no, list down your basics. What do you want to offer? Because with the interior designers, how they do it, always function and then aesthetic. Especially if it's an Airbnb, what do you need? A nice bed, a good table for dining, and then Wi-Fi. So uh, those are the ones on the top list. And then your decors, it depends on your theme. Let's say if you're in a city, you can do a minimalist or something that's very Scandinavian. Hindi siya masyadong mahal, hindi siya masyadong ma-decor. And
Mhm.
we don't want din naman to I mean, put in a lot of decors because we don't want them to get broken, no?
Right,
So
right.
the basics lang muna. The basics and your theme. And then yes, always set the budget, especially if you're an investor and you want your place na parang naka Airbnb, set
Mhm.
a budget.
Right. Yeah. Just to add to what Miss Doris said, no, if my personal opinion on this is that I think you should really go for functionality rather than form for this one because people won't be renting out Airbnb for the aesthetics. They'll be using it for the functionality of it being a livable dwelling. So let's just focus on that. I think that's my personal opinion. Okay. So thank you, Miss Doris. Also, another thing, I think this was answered a while ago, but you didn't go into the specific detail of what color schemes daw po that you could use for the master's bedroom.
For the master's bedroom, it can be more on the beiges,
Beige.
taupes, sand. So, ito yung mga color ko may say sand. Kasi pag sinabi kong white, gray, it's very typical. But marami pang color yan. Sand, taupes, beiges. May color pa na latte. Di ba? When you're drinking coffee, anong color ng latte? Maganda rin
Right.
yun. And if you are the kind of person that you want color, okay din naman. Like for example, with the master's bedroom that we did, we
Right.
painted the headboard with green.
Oh.
One wall lang because we wanted to accentuate our artworks. Yun lang. Pero when you're lying down on the bed, ang nakikita mo all the beiges. So it
Mhm.
relaxes your mind. So
Mhm.
I mean there are a lot of tips and tricks like that.
Right. Okay, so I think you could learn more about this reading online or maybe checking out mga blogs ni Miss Doris or some other from their design company. Okay, I also noticed a particular okay, so one of the questions here come from one of our colleagues here or also who is also a good interior designer. So do you from a designer point of view, do you welcome client involvement or do you prefer clients to be hands off? This is from Lane Gasmin.
um Me personally, I welcome client involvement because sila yung titira. I mean, it is a good it is always a good relationship between the client and the designer.
Mm,
Always,
right.
always. Because at the end of the day, sila yung gagamit ng space. So we
Mhm,
have to make sure that yung mga wish list nila, yung
mhm.
mga negotiable nila are being delivered.
Right. So it's really just a synergy between you and the owner po. Ano. Tama.
Yes.
Okay. Miss Doris, one of some of the final questions that we have is ako nito. Personally, I think there's has been a trend on loft type setups. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen this right before my eyes. No, so personally enjoy having my home renovated once in a while when I look at Pinterest or sites to give me my mood board. I always see lofts. No, so do you advise this, and what are the pros and cons of using lofts?
Yeah, we can. If especially if you have a high ceiling in your room, we can because it's also the same concept as a condominium. You use
Mhm,
your height.
mhm,
So you maximize your space. If you have a small space and then you have a high ceiling, okay lang to use your loft type concept.
mhm. Cool.
The
Yes.
disadvantage there is I'm not sure the ventilation.
Mhm.
You have to
Right,
work on your
right.
ventilation.
I agree. I agree. I have a loft type also at home, no? So yes, the ventilation is really something that because as we know, convection, di ba? Uh, warm air rises and cold air descends. Okay, so that's something that you guys should take into consideration. Okay, also interesting question po, Miss Doris. Miss Doris, do you believe in use feng shui in your interior designing?
Yeah, actually, I was invited last year, no. Um we can wala namang masama if susunod tayo, but at the end of the day, my take on that is if you're thinking positive, if you're working on it in a positive way, that positive energy will come back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do apply a
Mm-hmm.
few feng shui tips, but not all.
Right.
Wala namang masamang sumunod and
Agree.
wala din namang mawawala if hindi ka sumunod. It
Agree.
depends on per each person's paniniwala nila.
Agree.
But
Agree. I guess
yes,
if
me
yeah.
ako, yeah, I
Mhm.
follow a few.
Yeah. if you're the owner and you feel a little bit more comfortable believing in this, then we don't see why not, di ba po?
Yes.
Yeah. So whatever makes you a little bit more comfortable with your home, I think that's the end point and the end all be all of that question.
True.
Okay? Opo. So another question here is that what are your tips in being a little bit more energy efficient? So we've seen electricity bills skyrocket, no? So as work from home setups become more adamant in the new normal. And what are your tips in a little bit to be a little bit more energy efficient when it comes to electricity?
Yeah. Well, first, of course, the appliance, no, marami na ngayong mga inverter type.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
work on it. The inverter type,
Mhm.
aircon, ref. And kanina, I mentioned, dun sa studio unit, if you have a small space, it is wise to strategically place a mirror because it saves you, let's say, yung light mo. You don't have to turn on your light because pag nilagay mo yung mirror mo and then there's a window, it will already reflect light. So you don't have to turn on your light pag morning. That saves you energy. And of course, yung open partition din kanina, if you have spaces and you want to divide, okay lang na hindi gamitin ng solid partition. First, it's very costly. And then
Mhm.
open partition allows light and air to flow. So I
Mhm.
think that's what we need
Yeah.
now. We need air and
Mhm.
light to flow.
Mhm.
And yeah, use LED lights
Oh
because
yes.
it saves us
Okay.
energy. LED
Mhm.
light.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, very solid tips. Honestly, that's inverter appliances. Steer away from incandescent lights and just go for LED lights, and just use what you need. And another thing that we see po kasi is air conditioning should always be apt for the space that you'd be using it. Otherwise, you'd be spending a little bit more.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a computation,
Yes, ma'am.
your
I,
horsepower to
mm,
your
mm,
total area. And of
mm.
course, we have to maintain our air conditioning unit
That's right.
regularly.
That's right. Miss Doris, I'm not quite sure if you could answer this question, but I might as well place it here. It's from one of our attendees. Just as an idea to us, what would be the standard costing if we consult to a licensed interior designer like yourself with a small space design? So therefore, we have a light knowledge about it when it comes to professional fee. One of our attendees.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
yes, you're right, Lloyd. I've been with the Villar Group for 10 years na eh. So medyo to the professional fee,
Yeah.
hindi na ako updated.
Agree.
But
Agree.
yes, you can. You can ano naman. We have a website, Philippine Institute of Interior Designers. You can check that website and then there are a lot of interior designers that you can message or ask.
Right.
Marami kaming interior designers sa Philippines.
Right. Ma'am,
Over
Ms. Doris, some final words lang about how to not overspend in furnishing or home improving your condominium or your home.
Yeah, how not to overspend. Okay, well first, nakauna naman yun kanina, we need to really set our budget. And then we need to study our plan, the basics, and then the mood board is essential because that will also help you guide you what you need to buy and ano yung okay na not to buy. And always, if you're an investor, always work on your ROI. I believe in that. Eh. You cannot really splurge, especially if you're converting your place to an Airbnb. Um, place, no? And yeah, always be organized, list
Right?
everything,
Mm.
have a folder, and then if you're organized, kasi everything is within reach, all your files, it's easier to decide, and then it's easier to manage your time, and of course, your funds. If you have everything listed, and then it comes in handy with you.
Right.
So there, I mean, you have to be disciplined not to
Yes,
overspend.
that's right. Okay, so I think that's pretty much everything po that we have. I think we've got everything covered when it comes to the questions and my personal questions for Miss Doris, and those were answered very aptly, and we thank you for that. From us here at ViCon, thank you again, Miss Doris, and I'd like to turn over the floor back to our host, Brian.
Thank you so much, Miss Doris, and thank you so much, Lloyd, for joining
Right.
us this morning and sharing your insights about interior design and aesthetics. Of course, we would like to recognize our speaker, Ms. Doris D, by awarding the following certificate that reads, the Villar Group of Companies present this certificate of appreciation to Ms. Doris D for sharing her knowledge and expertise as guest speaker during the ViCon, the Villar Group Convention, the country's first and biggest property expo by property giants Vista Land and Lifescapes Incorporated and Golden MV Holdings Incorporated. Given this 24th of June 2021. Signed, Manuel B. Villar Jr., Villar Group Chairman, and Manuel Paulo Villar, President and CEO, Vista Land and Lifescapes Incorporated. All right, congratulations, and once again, thank you, Ms. Doris D. and Mr. Christian Lloyd Punanan for your participation in our first day of our learning webinars.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, we know, guys, what we are about to expect next. We will be, of course, announcing our next batch of raffle winners. So are you guys ready? All right, once again, our prizes up for grabs are 2 winners of 1,000 worth of All Easy Load, 3 winners of 1,000 worth of gift certificates from Coffee Project, 1 winner of 2,000 pesos worth of shopping credits from All Toys, 1 winner of 2,000 pesos worth of shopping credits from All Sports, 1 winner of 2,000 pesos worth of shopping credits from Finds, a discount store, and lastly, 2 winners of 2,500 pesos worth of grocery basket from All Day Supermarket, courtesy of Prime Asset Ventures. All right, keep your eyes glued to the screen and watch out as we draw our next batch of winners. Good luck to all our participants, and all right, we are about to reveal our 10 winners for the second batch of our ViCon raffle draw. All right, we have our winners. Congratulations, Miss Catherine Edosil, Lenny Bel Flores, Miss Lorraine Grace Salen, Mr. Christian Joseph Soto, Miss Joy Angela Gasser, Miss Zini Estores, Mr. John Frey Suwan, Mr. Jo Marie Doria, Mr. Alretz Don Ebari Anto, and Miss Stephanie Grace Lumungsod. Congratulations, everyone, on winning our prizes we mentioned earlier. Please watch out as our team will be contacting you on how you can claim your prizes from the ViCon today. And if you guys didn't win on this round, don't worry, we still have a lot more webinars coming up today and tomorrow, so stay tuned because we will be drawing another batch of 10 winners at our next event. Once again, we would like to thank all our sponsors and media partners for making this event possible, and congratulations once again to all our winners. At this point, we will be taking a quick lunch break before we proceed to our next webinar on real estate investments to be led by Mr. David Leechiu. We shall resume by 1 p.m. See you there.
My name is Jamin Gascon. I am an entrepreneur and also a clothing line owner.
I'm Peter John Drongo, 24 years old. I am a radio producer and I do have a lot of side hustles.
When I started my business, sa bahay lang ako noon nagpaplano kasi wala naman akong any area or space to do those things. So nandun lang ako sa kitchen namin, nakaupo ako sa dining table, dun ako nagsusulat.
I really value peace, serenity, and a place wherein I can think creatively because that is my job. And in order for me to do that, I need a safe space, a space wherein I can just move around without being conscious.
I'm Martin Angelo Tronco, or you can call me Mac. I'm a RFW, 6 years as a seafarer.
Ako si Romelito de la Peña. Minsan tawagin ako Mel o kaya Lolo Romel. Ako yung nasa 63 years old na.
I'm Edward, and I'm the head of the Facilities Management Department, and I'm working in BGC.
I'm Thin. I'm PR and External Communication in an automotive industry. I work in Manila.
It's away from my family. So parang you're earning good, but you're away from your family. Masaya doon kasi nakakapunta ka sa iba't ibang lugar. Pero yung iniisip mo na, sana nandito yung family ko, sana nandito yung wife ko.
For my future house, pangarap ko talaga magkaroon ng kahit mini office lang just to do my job better and to expand my business din.
What keeps me going is really my parents. I really wanted to give them a future wherein they can live peacefully and also for them to give them a retirement.
For my family, siyempre, yung safe place. Pag uwi mo, nandun yung misis mo nakabang, na yung mga anak mo, nandun doon. Tapos yung sabay-sabay kayong kumakain.
Ang gusto kong maging bahay na natitiran, yung malawak yung pinaka-backyard. Kasi yung misis ko mahilig magtatanim yun eh.
Gusto ko rin siyempre magkaroon kami ng sarili namin sasakyan.
Sariling bahay, sariling family, 2 to 3 kids. Basta may babae, may lalaki, okay na yun. Kung okay din sa kanya.
So far, sa mga developers na sinearch ko, Camellia talaga yung nakita ko na, wow, this is my dream place to be in the future with my family. Pagpasok ko pa lang nung subdivision, ang fresh agad sa feeling and nakaka-relax din talaga. Which is yun yung unang hinahanap ko pagdating sa pagbili ng bahay.
Number 1 would be a sense of community. Number 2 is something peaceful. And number 3, of course, the most important thing is the work-life balance. Only Camellia can offer that to me. All of the things that I crave for, it's a place where it's very conducive for working. And that's, again, it's very important for me as a working human being who needs to procure and, save all the energies that I can.
As an OFW, syempre, gusto mo yung malapit sa airport. Isa yung Camellia sa malapit sa airport. Yung mga expressway na ginagawa na ngayon, wala ka nang iisipin na traffic, papuntang airport, pauwi.
Ang matagal ko nang pinapangarap sa pamilya ko, ang makapunta ng bahay at lupa. Dito ko lang sa Camellia nakita ang kagandahan. Kaya, inirekomenda ko pa yan ang Camellia.
The first thing na pumasok sa isip ko nun is, eto na yun. Kasi andun na lahat eh. Andun na yung kailangan mo. Nung sabi ko sa kanya nun, love, eto na yung gusto ko na bilhin for us na tumira and for our future kids then.
Camellia listens to your hopes and sees your yearnings to the core. Every corner of Camellia communities is inspired by your passions, dreams, and aspirations. Witness your dreams of a comfortable, convenient, and beautiful lifestyle come to life in the townships that we build.
Napalo ka? Ano? Wala. Kasi gusto na namin bumukod, kaya lang ang mamahal ng bahay na gusto ko. May solusyon ako para dyan, Mars. Ang gaganda. Parang mahal eh. Hindi nga. 5,800 a month, Mare. Maganda ba pagkakagawa nito? Built with innovative technology and quality materials. Mabilis lipatan? Yes! Malapit sa lahat? Malapit sa lahat ng mga kailangan natin sa life. Ay! Gusto ko to, Mare. Ito. Ay, ang ganda. Eto, mas maganda to. Mas maganda to. Huy, de!
Our future is ours to shape. And it will start from making the right decisions today. See your future with rich history, with thrilling adventures, with a breathtaking panorama, with growing developments and connections, with a captivating lifestyle and relaxation. See your future in your next home. Your next home is dedicated to elevate your home living through its 5 towers of commitment. Be in a home where you are the center of life. Be in a home where city and suburban living perfectly blend. Be in a home where your well-being matters. Be in a home where you are valued. Be in a home where you can have everything and you can be anything. Our future.
This is as good a day as any to start the rebuilding of life. And when I feel the wind on my face, all that ever was is a rage. Today and not tomorrow, there's no time to borrow. Today is a good day. Today is a good day to live. This
The past year has undoubtedly been challenging for everyone. But despite all the odds, we as Filipinos have always overcome hurdles through faith and ingenuity. Over the years, Golden Haven continues to provide quality service and is dedicated to helping our investors create lasting legacies. We are Golden Haven, the fastest growing memorial developer in the country today. The most complete death care service provider with world-class facilities. We strive to be the most sustainable memorial park developer, both in business terms and for the environment. Golden Haven is a pioneer in renewable energy and is the first memorial park powered by the sun. We are always attuned to the times, and our agility to adapt to change has been our major asset, particularly in the digital field, all in the name of convenience and safety for all of our investors. We at Golden Haven thrive for the welfare and well-being of our immediate community. And we will always be committed to being the beacon of death care in the Philippines, continuously championing our advocacy of awareness for the importance of the best memorial services for every Filipino. We are and we will always be the best in what we do. We are Golden Haven Memorial Parks, preserving memories and building legacies.
Lysandra offers affordable housing lots, guaranteed to be the best home investment option for home buyers. From the most trusted real estate developer in the country, Vista Land, Lysandra proves to be the best with an international recognition of a worth-to-follow residential startup brand globally. Life in Lysandra means living in a maaliwalas, safe and secured home, conveniently located near major road developments and establishments like malls, schools, hospitals, and churches. Present in more than 40 areas nationwide and growing, choose Lysandra and make the best real estate investment decision today.
In 2019, Lumina Homes was recognized as the top 1 developer by the Pag-ibig Fund for having the most housing loan releases value and served the most number of housing borrowers. Lumina Homes addresses the country's prevailing housing needs by providing affordable, durable, and functional house and lot units for the Filipino people. Lumina Homes, providing homes for everyone. 2019.
My name is Jamin Gascon. I am an entrepreneur and also a clothing line owner.
I'm Peter John Trongo, 24 years old. I am a radio producer and I do have a lot of side hustles.
When I started my business, sa bahay lang ako noon nagpaplano kasi wala naman akong any area or space to do those things. So nandun lang ako sa kitchen namin, nakaupo ako sa dining table, dun ako nagsusulat.
I really value peace, serenity, and a place wherein I can think creatively because that is my job. And in order for me to do that, I need a safe space, a space wherein I can just move around without being conscious.
I'm Martin Angelo Tronco, or you can call me Mac. I'm a RFW, 6 years as a seafarer.
Ako si Romelito de la Peña. Minsan tawagin ako Mel o kaya Lolo Romel. Ako yung nasa 63 years old na.
I'm Edward, and I'm the head of the Facilities Management Department, and I'm working in BGC.
I'm Thin. I'm PR and External Communication in an automotive industry. I work in Manila.
It's away from my family. So parang you're earning good, but you're away from your family. Masaya doon kasi nakakapunta ka sa iba't ibang lugar. Pero yung iniisip mo na, sana nandito yung family ko, sana nandito yung wife ko.
For my future house, pangarap ko talaga magkaroon ng kahit mini office lang just to do my job better and to expand my business din.
What keeps me going is really my parents. I really wanted to give them a future wherein they can live peacefully and also for them to give them a retirement.
For my family, siyempre, safe place. Pag uwi mo, nandun yung misis mo nakabang, na yung mga anak mo, nandun. Tapos yung sabay-sabay kayong kumakain.
Ang gusto kong maging bahay na natitiran, yung malawak yung pinaka-backyard. Kasi yung misis ko mahilig magtatanim yun eh.
Gusto ko din siyempre magkaroon kami ng sarili namin sasakyan.
Sariling bahay, sariling family, 2 to 3 kids. Basta may babae, may lalaki, okay na yun. Kung okay din sa kanya.
So
From furniture, lighting, to appliances, we got everything you need to make your space complete. Build and furnish your living and working space right here at All Home, your one-stop shop for your home.
Find all your home needs at allhome.com.ph.
Green Tech is fiber internet for the modern home and business.
StreamTech. Exceed limits.
Oh, huh?
My name is Jamin Gascon. I am an entrepreneur and also a clothing line owner.
I'm Peter John Drongo, 24 years old. I am a radio producer and I do have a lot of side hustles.
When I started my business, sa bahay lang ako noon nagpaplano kasi wala naman akong any area or space to do those things. So nandun lang ako sa kitchen namin, nakaupo ako sa dining table, dun ako nagsusulat.
I really value peace, serenity, and a place wherein I can think creatively because that is my job. And in order for me to do that, I need a safe space, a space wherein I can just move around without being conscious.
I'm Martin Angelo Tronco, or you can call me Mac. I'm a RFW, 6 years as a seafarer.
Ako si Romelito de la Peña. Minsan tawagin ako Mel o kaya Lolo Romel. Ako yung nasa 63 years old na.
I'm Edward, and I'm the head of the Facilities Management Department, and I'm working in BGC.
I'm Thin. I'm PR and External Communication in an automotive industry. I work in Manila.
It's away from my family. So parang you're earning good, but you're away from your family. Masaya doon kasi nakakapunta ka sa iba't ibang lugar. Pero yung iniisip mo na, sana nandito yung family ko, sana nandito yung wife ko.
For my future house, pangarap ko talaga magkaroon ng kahit mini office lang just to do my job better and to expand my business din.
What keeps me going is really my parents. I really wanted to give them a future wherein they can live peacefully and also for them to give them a retirement.
For my family, siyempre, yung safe place. Pag uwi mo, nandun yung misis mo nakabang, na yung mga anak mo, nandun doon. Tapos yung sabay-sabay kayong kumakain.
Ang gusto kong maging bahay na titiran, yung malawak yung pinaka-backyard. Kasi yung misis ko mahilig magtatanim yun eh.
Gusto ko din siyempre magkaroon kami ng sarili namin sasakyan.
Sariling bahay, sariling family, 2 to 3 kids. Basta may babae, may lalaki, okay na yun. Kung okay din sa kanya.
So far, sa mga developers na sinearch ko, Camellia talaga yung nakita ko na, wow, this is my dream place to be in the future with my family. Pagpasok ko pa lang nung subdivision, ang fresh agad sa feeling and nakaka-relax din talaga. Which is yun yung unang hinahanap ko pagdating sa pagbili ng bahay.
Number 1 would be a sense of community. Number 2 is something peaceful. And number 3, of course, the most important thing is the work-life balance. Only Camellia can offer that to me. All of the things that I crave for, it's a place where it's very conducive for working. And that's, again, it's very important for me as a working human being who needs to procure and, save all the energies that I can.
As an OFW, syempre, gusto mo yung malapit sa airport. Isa yung Camellia sa malapit sa airport. Yung may mga expressway na ginagawa na ngayon, wala ka nang iisipin na traffic, papuntang airport, pauwi.
Ang matagal ko nang pinapangarap sa pamilya ko, ang makapunta ng bahay at lupa. Dito ko lang sa Camellia nakita ang kagandahan. Kaya, inirekomenda ko pa yan ng Camellia.
The first thing na pumasok sa isip ko nun is, eto na yun. Kasi andun na lahat eh. Andun na yung kailangan mo. Nung sabi ko sa kanya nun, love, eto na yung gusto ko na bilhin for us na tumira and for our future kids then.
Camellia listens to your hopes and sees your yearnings to the core. Every corner of Camellia communities is inspired by your passions, dreams, and aspirations. Witness your dreams of a comfortable, convenient, and beautiful lifestyle come to life in the townships that we build.
Hoy, de! Napano ka? Ano? Wala. Kasi gusto na namin bumukod, kaya lang ang mamahal ng bahay na gusto ko. May solusyon ako para dyan, Mars. Ang gaganda. Parang mahal. Di nga, 5,800 a month, Mare. Maganda ba pagkakagawa nito? Built with innovative technology and quality materials. We, mabilis lipatan? Yes! Malapit sa lahat? Malapit sa lahat ng mga kailangan natin sa life. Ay! Gusto ko to, Mare. Ito. Ay, ang ganda. Ito, mas maganda to. Mas maganda to.
Our future is ours to shape. And it will start from making the right decisions today. See your future with rich history, with thrilling adventures, with a breathtaking panorama, with growing developments and connections, with a captivating lifestyle and relaxation. See your future in your next home. Your next home is dedicated to elevate your home living through its 5 towers of commitment. Be in a home where you are the center of life. Be in a home where city and suburban living perfectly blend. Be in a home where your well-being matters. Be in a home where you are valued. Be in a home where you can have everything and you can be anything.
This is a good a day as any to start the rebuilding of life. And when I feel the wind on my face, all that ever was is a rage. Today and not tomorrow, there's no time to borrow. Today is a good day. Today is a good day to live.
The past year has undoubtedly been challenging for everyone. But despite all the odds, we as Filipinos have always overcome hurdles through faith and ingenuity. Over the years, Golden Haven continues to provide quality service and is dedicated to helping our investors create lasting legacies. We are Golden Haven, the fastest growing memorial developer in the country today. The most complete death care service provider with world-class facilities. We strive to be the most sustainable memorial park developer, both in business terms and for the environment. Golden Haven is a pioneer in renewable energy and is the first memorial park powered by the sun. We are always attuned to the times, and our agility to adapt to change has been our major asset, particularly in the digital field, all in the name of convenience and safety for all of our investors. We at Golden Haven thrive for the welfare and well-being of our immediate community, and we will always be committed to being the beacon of death care in the Philippines, continuously championing our advocacy of awareness for the importance of the best memorial services for every Filipino. We are and we will always be the best in what we do. We are Golden Haven Memorial Parks, preserving memories and building legacies.
Oh, hey, Sins. I'm here on the
Lysandra offers affordable housing lots, guaranteed to be the best home investment option for home buyers. From the most trusted real estate developer in the country, Vista Land, Lysandra proves to be the best with an international recognition of a worth-to-follow residential startup brand globally. Life in Lysandra means living in a maaliwalas, safe and secured home, conveniently located near major road developments and establishments like malls, schools, hospitals, and churches. Present in more than
2019.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by. Our program will resume in 2 minutes.
Hello, Iris.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Once again, welcome back to the ViCon, the biggest property online conference that we are bringing to you today here
David.
by the Villar Group of Companies. So,
Iris.
before we proceed, as we promised, we have a lot more in store for you today here at the ViCon. And to introduce our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, may we call on the President and Chief Executive Officer of Vistaland, Sir Paulo Villar.
So, thank you again for attending our virtual convention. A lot of people work very hard to do this, and it's my honor and privilege to introduce one of the esteemed, knowledgeable professionals in our industry, working for us for a very long time, known him for a very long time. One of the people I trust to really know a lot about real estate, and a lot of very powerful and wealthy people go to this person for advice. So always great to listen to him. He's the CEO of Leechiu Property Consultants Inc. He has 25 years of experience in real estate, and he's considered the leading commercial real estate broker in the Philippines. He has arranged the lease of more than 1 million square meters of office space and sold more than $2 billion in real estate. Also dashing, very good looking guy. Always the best person to talk to, one of the best people to talk to in real estate. It's my privilege to introduce Mr. David Leechiu.
Paulo, thank you very much for that very, very kind introduction. And hello, Iris. So I think I have a few slides that if I can just walk through them. Iris, is that the program agenda? Okay. So I've been asked to talk about the Philippine property market and why invest in real estate, Philippine real estate. And I think most of the predecessors have already covered the macro side economics of why the Philippines is doing well and why people should invest in the stock in the property market. And I just want to reiterate a number of these points. The first one being that we're some of the best managed countries in the world fiscally, and that might be very hard to accept even today during COVID, but that's the reality. And what we have to appreciate is that it took 20 years to get this far to where we are today. It took 20 years. And I'm so happy that in the last 20 years, many problems were solved. Many problems of the Philippines were solved. and the savings rates very high, interest rates are very low, that allowed borrowings to happen for the Philippines during this time of crisis. We have a resilient office market. It is phenomenal how the office market is performed in the Philippines, and it is the one asset class that has saved all the developers from total disaster. And the office market is the one that really kept the cash flows going when hotels were shut down, malls were shut down, retail shops were shut down, and residential sales were kind of restrained during the COVID crisis. The office market really kept people going, and that's what saved the economy. In addition to the remittances that continued to flow, we have to thank the 11 million people that are supporting this country, because if not for them, we would also be in economic disaster. So the office market, the remittances have worked hand in hand so well to insulate the country from disaster, unlike so many other countries. I mean, India is not having a great time. Brazil is not having a great time. Argentina not having a great time. And these are some of the largest economies in the world. Japan is not having a great time. They're very disciplined, and they've managed COVID very well. But despite that, things are very hard. And yet, the office market in the Philippines continued to be one of the best performing in the world. And the net new leasing in 2020 ran to about 400,000 square meters, half of that BPO. Today, the first 5 months of the year, from January to May, we've tracked 220,000 square meters of office space new leases. And the 12 largest tenants in the country, who are almost all are BPO, have continued to expand throughout this COVID crisis. And they're not expanding by 10 or 20 or 50 people. They're not expanding by 100, 200 square meters. They're expanding by 10, 15,000 square meters of office space. And it is something that we should be happy about. It should lift our spirits because jobs continue to be created in the Philippines, despite all the job losses in the service sector. And the residential market continues to do well on the middle, on the upper middle, and on the high end. And we continue to do record transactions in the residential market. And for you here as residential brokers, be encouraged, because this crisis just reinforced the need to invest in real estate. This crisis reinforced that the residential market and the office market are the two best investments anyone can ever make. In addition to that, there's so much infrastructure that's going to be completed in the next 9-10 months. We've seen the mostly completed Skyway 4 extension of San Miguel. We've seen the bridge connecting Bonifacio to Ortigas, but there's many more under construction that will be completed very, very soon. It's just around the corner. And as soon as these restrictions are lifted, we are going to open up to a new Philippines. The tourism industry is decimated at the moment, but I expect that to flourish and to recover at a much faster pace than what many people think. And the missing piece there is Clark, because Clark is going to bring traffic from North Asia into the Philippines and give every tourist a totally different experience coming into the Philippines. Right now, when you're coming to the Philippines, it's a real hassle. You go into NAIA, you go to the traffic of NAIA, the lines in immigration, the lines in the baggage counter. It's a mess. It is overflowing in capacity. It cannot handle the workload, and the relief will come when Clark opens. But Clark will not just be a relief to NAIA, it will mean to many foreigners that actually, if they have a flight to the Philippines, the flight will leave on time and land on time. Actually, you won't need to wait an hour or 30 minutes in immigration, or wait for your bags for an hour, or crawl out of traffic for an hour to cover 2 kilometers. It will be a totally new experience for the general public and for foreigners. And they will say, oh my God, this is the part of the Philippines that I never saw, which is what? 90% of the geography of the Philippines will now open up to foreigners. And so Clark will work hand in hand with the Visayan airports. And what many people don't know is, in addition to Clark, we completed the Davao Airport in Mindanao, the Iloilo Airport, the Cebu Airport, Puerto Princesa, San Vicente, Tagbilaran Airport, and Siargao. And more are in the pipeline. That's 8 or 9 airports that are totally new. And the moment you land and get out of the airport with no hassle, you're gonna have access to all these beautiful roads and scenery and beaches and resorts that you can find in the world. Because as you know, Travel and Leisure, Condé Nast, Forbes Travel, CNN Travel have all unanimously voted the Philippines as one of the 3 best destinations for beach and resort travel. And that has been happening for the last 7 years. And so the infrastructure will complement the world-class tourism. Some of the best roads we have ever built in the country are found in northern Luzon, as soon as you leave Clark. All the way to Pagudpod, the roads, all the way to Baguio, the roads are gorgeous, beautiful scenery. And the coastline from Oro Point all the way through to Aurora, gorgeous. It reminds you of Surfers Paradise or Surfers Paradise and that other very famous beach in Australia that I can't think. The Gold Coast. There it is. The Gold Coast. It reminds you of the Gold Coast, where the beachfront is like 50 meters deep. How many beaches have you been to where the beach depth is 50 meters from water to shore? Okay, it's vast and it runs across hundreds of kilometers, and so that alone in northern Luzon is fantastic opportunity. Then you've got Palawan, the most connected geography in the entire Philippines, a small piece of land, and it has 4 operating airports. It potentially will be the most connected island in the whole country. It is currently undeployed, underdeveloped, and I'm excited about that because Palawan to me will be our answer to Phuket, our answer to Bali. And guess what? It's not just about Phuket. Thailand has Phuket and Indonesia has Bali. We have Bohol, we have Ilocos Norte, we have Palawan, we have the Visayan Islands. We've got so many beautiful places in Mindanao, crazy. And for the first time in the world, in all of Philippine history, the foreigners will be able to access these beautiful places much, much better. And then the retail market, frankly, so many people are cooped up in the house too long and they can't wait to get out. In fact, before lockdown, I was, in Poblacion very early in the evening until very early in the morning, and people are just out everywhere. And I've been to the malls, and yes, the traffic is much lower now, but the people who go to the malls today are very committed people. They go in and they actually buy something and they get out. Gone are the people who are just going there for aircon. Gone are the people who will just spend, 100 pesos or 80 pesos for a small cup of coffee or a small, cup of milk tea, and then sit there for 7 hours feeding off on Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi. Gone are those people. The people left are the serious people who are spending money and keeping the mall open. Next. And that's going to make a massive recovery. And what will drive that big boost to recovery will be the REIT, because right now there are 9 REITs in the pipeline. Right, in the next 12 months, 2 are already existing, but there are 9 in the pipeline, and those are predominantly office REITs. We haven't even seen the retail REIT, which is even larger than the office sector. The office sector is 15 million square meters. The retail market is about 16, 17 million square meters. And the tenant profile, the geographic profile and diversity is throughout the country. And it's even more compelling to invest in a retail REIT as soon as we get out of COVID. And online retail will just complement that. It will not compete with it. Next slide. And so I encourage everybody to go long in property, because look at the last 10 years, 20 years rather, from year 2000, what our country went through every quarter, every year for the last 20 years. You can see in the text above this slide, every single negative event that has happened in the Philippines, whether it's a landslide or another calamity, another flooding, another coup d'etat, another assassination, another kidnapping, etc., etc., etc. We have been through so much, and yet in those 20 years, quietly, the economy was being rebuilt. It was being transformed to what it is today. 20 years ago, we were a junk bond. Today, we are a credit-worthy investment for the world. Before, in year 2000, nobody can invest in the Philippines because of their criteria for investment. Today, as an investment-grade country, so much money is coming into the Philippines despite COVID. And this is what people can't understand. And this is why, despite this ocean of bad news, and it's easy to spit out bad news. It's so cheap to talk about bad news. But be encouraged and be motivated by everything that is happening around us. And I'm not making this stuff up. In this whole COVID crisis, so many people have criticized me about this level of optimism that is unheard of in this market. And you know what? I just throw the facts to the faces of people and I say, I ain't making this stuff up. But people refuse to talk about these things. And so I will talk about it. And look, every metric that we have been through in the country in the last 20 years have been up. Remittances, everyone from the World Bank, IMF, and ADB have been predicting that the remittances will be dented meaningfully, especially in every crisis we've been through in the last 10 years, beginning with the global financial crisis. And even up to the COVID crisis today, these institutions are saying it's going to crash, and yet it continues to climb. It continues to climb. And so in 20 years, a very consistent, sound-minded DOF, starting with Secretary Cesar Purisima, and today Secretary Sonny Dominguez, who have done an awesome job migrating this country through this COVID crisis. In their efforts and their economic team's efforts, coupled with all the money flowing in through the remittances, money and jobs created by the manufacturing sector and the BPO sector, has created this, a boom in real estate. And what best way can I demonstrate that than by the numbers reflected here with the GDP per capita that's doubled in 20 years. Remittances went from, 8 billion to 30 billion. BPO jobs from 1,000 people employed in year 2000 to 1.3 million people employed today. But best of all, Vista Land put up this village called Portofino Heights, and in year 2000, when it was launched, it was doing 11,000 pesos per square meter today. And just look at that number, about touching 100,000 pesos per square meter today. And again, we're not making this stuff up. And this is just one of many examples of Vista's projects that continue to grow as far as investment opportunities are concerned. Next. I will just go very quickly through these slides. So again, infrastructure, these are not drawings, these are meaningfully under construction that will be completed in the next 9 to 12 months. And for many of you who have tried the Skyway 4 extension of San Miguel, just remember that that's just one of 2 big projects, that the other one by Metro Pacific will be open in I think a year. But remember the feeling of driving through that geography and covering it within 15 minutes, right? Some people text me and say, oh my God, I'm crying. This is actually possible in the Philippines. And well, you better bring a lot of tissue because there's so many more bridges, roads, railways that you're going to use that will bring you to tears because finally we are building infrastructure to meet the capacity. Next. And all this will translate to property value appreciation. And the world of the Philippines is not just Metro Manila. We have built 51 business districts and we have consumed all of them. Next. It is also outside of Metro Manila. And Vista Land is one of the most prominent developers covering, I would say, almost 60% of the Philippines geography has a Vista Land project. Next. The office market continues to grow. This is the growth curve, okay? This is not the actual net numbers. This is the actual growth rate. So it slowed down meaningfully, and then it started shooting back up again since third quarter of 2020. It's been 9 to 10 months since then, and it continues to climb. Okay, and mind you, this is the growth rate. So the growth rate slowed down, but we have to be mindful that it continued to grow. We're not in negative territory with the office sector. And during the third quarter and second quarter of 2020, we and India were probably the only 2 countries in the world that was actually enjoying net new leases. No other country in the world is taking new leases. Next. Another thing to say, 99% of tenants have renewed. 99% of tenants continue to pay rent. The POGO sector has contracted, but they've only contracted 20% of their footprint. Next. I'll just skip through some of these slides. Next. Next. So the black line here, and if you can just bear with me, the black line here shows you the residential real estate price index built by the BSP. It basically shows you the movement of prices, right? And correlated to that, entwined with that is red, the overseas remittances. And every time there's a slowdown in remittances, prices will slow down the following quarter. And as soon as there's a jump in remittances, there will be a jump in prices the following quarter. No other metric influences the residential market the way the overseas Filipino remittances does. It is a twin curve, at least for the last 20, 30 years. It has been a twin curve. Interest rates are an influence, but it is an influence 6-9 months down the road. The amount of lending in the economy is an influence, but it is an influence 9-10 months down the road. The most immediate correlation between the residential market is with the remittances. And what can I say about the remittances? Apart from the fact that it's the one that saved this country from the doldrums in the 80s. It's that industry can increase meaningfully 50%, 100%, 200%. And while that sounds kind of crazy to you, for me saying this, please remember that the 11 million Filipinos that send money here to the Philippines are pretty much sending, I would say, low-level needs for their families. Tuition fees, medical bills, burial, money for tricycles, money for jeepney, money for FX, money for grocery. These overseas Filipinos are not sending investable funds because they think that they have no confidence in the Philippines. But that is changing. And more, we are leasing office space and residential high-end housing to the very wealthy overseas Filipinos who are multi-millionaires in the US or Canada or Europe or Australia or Norway or Antarctica. I mean, even in Antarctica, as cold as it is, there's still Filipinos there eating seals. I don't know, but they continue. But we have been servicing these very wealthy Filipinos, and they are opening up meaningful businesses. They're not opening up a sari-sari store. They're not opening up a fleet of jeeps for jeepneys or tricycles. They're opening software development operations. They're opening medical tourism back office operations. They're employing 50 PhD holders. They're employing 100 master's degree holders, engineers. And that's what's exciting. The wealthy Filipinos that are abroad, there's easily 400, 500,000 of these multimillionaire Filipinos who have not even bothered investing in the Philippines because they have not been told all this. All they see is that, oh, human rights violations. Oh, what did he say this time? Whoever that guy is. It's all about that. Nobody talks about the fundamental blossoming of this economy. Next. And that's why we are long in real estate. So this just shows you the units sold, and you can see that it was declining and now it's climbing again. It is not in negative territory. The growth rate is just significantly slower. And people are going to say, what the heck are you talking about, David? Well, I'm going to answer back and say, I'm not talking about 5 or 6 or 10 buildings. I'm talking about 484 different projects across 100 developers, across 250,000 properties. That's what we're talking about. And you can see the launches went up, the sales are going up, and so the new launches for 2020 fourth quarter and 2021 kind of slowed down because the developers needed to get the stock absorbed, and the lockdowns kind of encourage that. But there are more and more projects in the pipeline. Next. And again, this is pre-sales velocity across 100 developers, across 484, and across 6 price segments. And you can see that most of them are already in recovery phase. Next. Blue shows you how rents in the residential sector have come down. And you know what? Despite that, capital values continue to hold ground. If you look at Bonifacio, if you look at Taguig, if you look at Makati, they've pretty much stayed where they were pre-COVID. And remember that the economy contracted by almost 10%. And yet capital values continue to hold. which means that if you put your money in property, they would preserve in value. Predominantly. I'm not denying the fact that there are many, many other properties that are being sold at discounted rates today. But the general overall picture looks like this. Next. And tourism, I'll skip through this. But next. In the same way that I started this program, thanking Secretary Sonny Dominguez and the economic team for all the work that they've put in to steer this country from disaster to economic prosperity for so many people that we take for granted, right? Tax cuts. We talked about tax cuts and tax reform to the lower class and middle class people. It gave them basically a 2-month bonus with those tax cuts. And all of a sudden, we don't actually bother with that anymore. And yet we continue to enjoy that, right? In the same way that we started this talk, thanking Secretary Dominguez for everything that he has done, heroically done for this country, we'd also like to publicly thank Secretary Romulo for everything that she has done for the Department of Tourism. Because it's frankly very difficult to manage 7,700 islands or whatever it is and stay sane. And 100 million people and 8 million tourists that are trying to get back to the Philippines. Next. And hand in hand with her are all these influencers. In addition to Iris here, who's also an influencer, a meaningful influencer of the public, you've got all these foreigners that have lived here promoting the Philippines, telling other foreigners how beautiful this place is, how fantastic the experience is, how cheap it is. And these people are not living in mansions in Forbes or Dasma. They're living very modest, middle-class lives. And yet they're telling the world, come here, live here. It's awesome. It's fantastic. It's safe. The food is fantastic. People are so nice. And scenery is just crazy. And we're not talking about me. Every time I go have a YouTube video uploaded, I have like 20 to 80 people look at it, and that's it. For months, I'll have 80 viewers for months, and that's it. Topped at 80. These guys have like, I don't know, thousands of views, tens of thousands of views within hours of releasing a video. They've got millions of subscribers. They're across several ethnic backgrounds. They're not just white people. And they're all helping the Philippines become a better place, promoting it to the rest of the world, hand in hand with the government. Next. 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 And so we talked about Portofino and how amazing it's done. And this gives you the blow-by-blow event of what it's done in the last 20 years. Right? You basically would have had a 13% capital appreciation for 20 years straight, holding on to Portofino property. Next. And it's not just, next slide, please. It's not just Portofino. The blue charts, the blue colors show you the actual price appreciation of each of these Vista land projects since they were launched. What year they were launched and how much percentage gain you have made from the asset if you sold it today. And the orange color shows you the average appreciation per year. Per year. So, for example, Pine Hills in Baguio, you would have had a 21% increase every year on average. Had you bought that in 2017, had you bought Laureano di Trevi in Makati in 2006, you would have had a 9% increase. Now tell me whether these returns are good enough or not. I frankly think they're pretty good. Next. And the same, whether it's condominiums, house and lots, lots only, the story is the same. And it's a reflection of the strong brand that Vista Land has in the market, the confidence level that they've built for the buyers, and the way they take care of it, and the vision of Senator Villar and Paulo and Mrs. Villar for leading and steering this company through where it is today. And with that, thank you very much for hearing me out. In closing, I want to say thank you to Paulo, who's been a very good friend to me for many years. I wish everyone here a safe year all the way through Christmas. Can't wait for New Year. Can't wait for massive vaccinations. I also want to say that the country has many problems, and that's why I am only cautiously optimistic. I am only cautiously optimistic because I am fully aware of the problems we still have to fix. But it is irresponsible for us to think that things are so bad because we have fixed so many problems across so many years in this country. And we should face this pandemic with the face of optimism because the option is just death. Okay? There hasn't been a successful person that has not been optimistic in the face of difficulty, in the face of crisis, in the face of challenges. So I ask each and every one of you here listening, do you want to be a successful person, or do you want to just be carried over by the tide and swept away? And with that, thank you very much again.
Thank you, Mr. David Leechiu, for a very informative presentation on real estate investment. At this point, we would like to introduce our moderator. She is the editor-in-chief of the Philippine Star's property section. She is an economic journalist covering listed companies and conglomerates. She also writes a column, Eyes Wide Open, which comes out on Philippine Star every Monday and Thursday. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Iris Gonzalez.
Hello, hi everyone. Good afternoon. Hi David. Thanks for that presentation.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, as Paula said, it's always good to listen to David. He always sees the glass half full. When times are bad, he's always optimistic. And he has figures to back that optimism. And when times are really bad, he is even more optimistic, but cautiously optimistic. Thanks, David. So today he talked about investing in property. Actually, he's really the guy you can talk to when it comes to property, no? As Paula said, he's had years of experience. Actually, the first time I listened to him years ago, and he knows this, and I keep telling this, he said investing in the stock market is good, but investing in real estate is even better because you have that title and the asset appreciates over time. And the word he used was, it was a morning presentation, and the word he used was, investing in real estate is sexy. So I'll never forget that. David knows what sexy means. Thanks to you, I mustered the courage to invest in real estate. You're the influencer.
I hope you're making money.
From today's talk, my biggest takeaway was to go along with property, but I'm sure the audience would have more questions. So let's get the ball rolling, David. If you don't mind, I already have a few questions here. What's the best real estate investment right now? you've mentioned a lot. You mentioned the office, the residential. Some don't have like enough to go along on all of these. But what would you recommend? The vertical, the horizontal?
I think
Yes.
people have to have a safe and diverse portfolio. You have to have cash, you have to have bonds, or maybe not bonds, but stocks, and then you have to have real estate. And in real estate, there are basically two types. One that you buy to generate revenue, lease income. So you buy it, you maintain it, you rent it out, that generates you cash flow. And then the other piece is real estate that is land banking, where you just sit on the property and you just keep paying the real estate taxes, and please pay your taxes and pay them on time, pay it in advance if you can. But so land banking where there's no cash, there's capital appreciation. And I guess I prefer to have people start with recurring income assets. So you buy something that you can rent out, regardless of whether it's a store for a sari store stall in a public market, or a warehouse, or a house and lot, or a condominium unit. Whatever that is, just make sure that you're able to rent it out, because having a steady cash flow of tenants will allow you to then borrow money and eventually move into land banking efforts. Because then you can buy property for very cheap and afford to sit on it for many years as the price appreciates. And then you can maybe develop it yourself, if not sell it or JV it with somebody like Vista. So, and then where to look for rental property? Well, I'm always core city. So Makati, Bonifacio would be the safest places to invest in, because that's where the expats live, the business community. The single largest driver of the economy is Metro Manila. And so I would put meaningfully in Metro Manila. And then the other half of the portfolio, I would move to the countryside, where there's a lot of upside if you can sit and wait and manage that manage the asset over time.
Okay, so it's good to diversify. We have a question here. It just came in. I currently have a 28 square meter condo in Makati, and I want to lease it out. I just want to ask who's my probable target market, and what would be their net income?
Right
You
now,
have, yeah.
right now, the yields in property in condominiums could be anywhere from 0 to 8%. It's 0 because a lot of condo units are vacant, because a lot of the expats, foreign workers, dormitory occupiers, middle class people who are part-time living in the condo during the weekday, and then go back to their mom and dad with their whole week of laundry on the weekend. So all those people are gone in Makati, and so most rents are gone. But I believe that recovery is going to happen very quickly as soon as we're vaccinated, and then the dormant population in Makati and Bonifacio will lift again. So you could be a local tenant. Your tenant could be a local tenant, could be a foreigner, it could be a tenant, employee. And speaking of Pogo, I'm so excited about Pogo, because that bill that is now couple of weeks away from passing into law, is going to be one cornerstone of the recovery of the Pogo sector. The other cornerstone is when we open the airports again for foreigners to travel back into the Philippines. And when that happens, you're going to have a resurgence of the Pogo sector. The entire global Pogo industry is going to descend into the Philippines, and they will come back with a vengeance, is what I'm expecting them to do. So you would have
Yeah,
a COVID
that's
tenant that will pay you crazy rents that will allow you to make 12% to 50% yields a year.
wow. That's very attractive. You won't get that in if you put your money in a bank, and if you put it in stocks. Well, it's kind of a roller coaster ride right now. So yeah, that's good to remember. Here's another question. This is very practical. What documents should I ask to my probable tenants during the application phase to ensure their financial capability?
You would like to get a whole year's worth of rent if you can.
Oh, okay. So you'll ask
So,
for post-dated checks.
well, no. Certain in the high-end market, the tenants pay 1 year advance and 2 months deposit. So outside the high-end market, the tenants will normally pay 3 to 4 months advance rent and 3 to 4 months deposit. So the challenge is how can you motivate the tenant to give more? And then you have post-dated checks for the balance.
Okay, okay. So that was an anonymous question, but I'm sure he's taking down notes. This is another one from Kate Biko. Given the price appreciation of the existing projects of Vista Land, can you still advise to buy available units in those already in air or let me rephrase this, to buy available units of those that have already appreciated? I think that's what she meant.
You have to believe in this country and that we have a very, very high chance of doubling the per capita income of the Filipino in the next 15 to 20 years. It doubled in the last 20 years. It's most likely going to double in the next 20 years, if not more. And mind you, if we even double it from where it is today, we will just, if we're able to double it in the next 10 to 15 years or 20 years, just remember that that is where Indonesia is today. And we're just going to make that journey, 15 years, 20 years from now. But if you believe that the per capita income is going to double in the Philippines, then you can just buy whatever property you can get your hands on and that you feel comfortable owning, whether it's direct to the owner, developer, or a secondary market.
Okay. You've answered part of this a while ago in your presentation, but I'd like to ask again because it was raised. When do you think pre-COVID-19 levels, when do you think we'll see the property market return to pre-COVID-19 levels?
It depends on different segments. The office sector, different segments of different geographies of the office sector have kept pre-COVID levels. A number are discounted. Land values are higher than pre-COVID numbers today. Okay, I can go village to village, and most villages, the numbers are higher than pre-COVID numbers. And in Punta Fuego, in the entire Batangas Bay area, so Punta Fuego, Tali Beach, Kawayan Cove, we have sold property there at 3x, 300% appreciation in 15 months. From the time that lockdown happened up to today, 15 months have passed, and prices there have tripled in value. It's kind of insane.
Hello. Yeah. Here's another question. I own a piece of land in Cavite and would like to have it leased. Where can I access information regarding how much rental fees I can charge?
please write us an email in the website or directly to me, and I'm sure we will answer you.
Yes, and for those with similar questions, yes, you can get in touch with uh, Leechiu Property Consultants, and I'm sure you'll get all the answers. Here's another one, David. If I am to invest in a residential property, what should be an acceptable property valuation in terms of percentage?
Meaning how much of your net worth should go into property? Is that the question?
Yes, I think that's what you meant. Yeah.
Some people only own property. I mean, many of the people who I service who own buildings, they only own property. They might have some stocks, but stocks is like 2-3% of their portfolio. Bonds, 1-2% of their portfolio. But the meaningful investment is real estate. I tend to kind of balance things out and have a bit more in stocks. So I would probably have 30%, 40% in stocks. There are times when I was 100% in stocks, and there were times when I was 0 in stocks. So I would say you have to, in the journey of investing and building wealth, you need to have the combination of the stock market and the property market working hand in hand.
So it has to be diverse. I remember you mentioned before, for you to be able to buy property, you should accumulate wealth first, and you can get something like that. Yeah.
Yes.
Here's another one from Marites Durian. Sir, what is the most basic measurement of investment risk?
The interest rate.
Interest rate. Okay.
The interest rate. The interest rate.
So you have,
for example, in the early 80s, interest rates were 20%. You can deposit money in the bank, and Citibank will give you 2 times your money 5 years from now. I don't know, Iris, if you remember your mother talking about that in those times, because you're so young, so you probably were not aware of that. But there was a time Citibank had you double your money in 5 years. That's 20% a year. If you had 20% a year and you're giving it to Citibank, and Citibank will give back to you twice the amount in 5 years, what else is there to invest in? Right?
Right.
Now interest rates are like, okay, 70% of 1%. Right? Before tax. So the philosophy is that interest rates will drive investments. And how much should real estate generate? It should generate at least a cash flow of about 5 to 7%.
5 to 7%. Okay. So I guess it's both interest rate and inflation, no? Like if inflation is growing faster than the interest rate or the interest you're earning, then you might as well spend your money or reinvest it elsewhere.
Well, invest it. Frankly, look at the slides that we shared with you earlier, and organizers, please, you're free to share the content with whoever you like. But those yields, those capital appreciation numbers are very high. They're meaningfully high than 5 or 7%. Well, the 5 to 7% is the cash yield from your investment. But the capital appreciation of 9%, 12% a year for 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, 20 years is kind of crazy. So that's why I've learned from the people who, I have clients who have been investing since the 80s, early 80s. And
They must be so rich.
and they always say property is the best place to invest to beat inflation and to beat inflation.
Right, right. Yeah,
Temperature
that's good to remember, no? Especially, even when times are bad, what they said na when there's the best time to invest is when there's blood in the streets. Not literally, syempre.
Well, they
Not
probably
lit-
do mean literally.
And yeah, when it was first started, I think that was the time of Napoleon ba?
No, I mean, well,
A long, long time ago. Here's another question. This is a tough one. Where's the best location in the Philippines to invest in?
Bonifacio.
Bonifacio. In Metro Manila, you'd say Bonifacio. Okay.
In
How about
Philippines,
in the
it's Bonifacio.
provinces?
In the Philippines, it's Bonifacio.
In the whole of the Philippines, it's Bonifacio. Okay.
Yeah. But there are other places. So if you believe in tourism, I would encourage you to do Tangas. I would encourage you to do Palawan. If you like residential, then um, Portofino and all the villages around. Evia City or Vista City, I think is the name now. That's 1,500 hectares of land that is fully deployable and that will be around for 20, 30 years. That's exciting to me.
Mm. Yeah, so there's a lot now you can choose. I guess it depends on where you're based or where you want to retire. Here's a question for you, like really for you. Personal question. What was your first real estate investment? Takot ka, no? Not too personal.
What was my first investment?
Real estate.
Yeah, real estate investment. I invested in a small house where I first lived in when I got married for a year. That was a mistake.
Oh, okay.
It was in Antipolo and I worked in Ortigas. And that was a mistake.
The mistake was the location or the marriage?
The mistake.
I'm just kidding.
What happened? See, your joke kind of clouded us, but
The Antipolo, you mean, the location.
wait. Okay, so it was a mistake. The real estate investment was a mistake because, and I'm separated by the way, but it was a mistake because number one, we borrowed money to pay for it at a time when I wasn't ready really to borrow money. And I had this false sense of security that if I owned my real estate, it's no one can take it away from me, right? It's a misnomer because the bank can take it away from you anytime the next month that you miss your payment, right? And but it gives you that false sense of security, which is why in hindsight, I would have put my money in the stock market first, build it to some degree, and then make money there and then start owning property that I really, really like to live in. So when I was there, I worked in Ortigas, 9 kilometers away, and it took me 1.5 hours to cover that distance every trip. And then from Ortigas, I got a job in Makati. And my God, my journey went from 1.5 hours to 3 hours each way. So I was spending 5 to 6 hours in the car every day because I was tied up to that house.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
And so when I rented the house out and rented somewhere else, I rented for 10 years
Okay.
or 15 years. The first 10, 12 years, I was renting. And I was owning real estate, but I was renting most of the time.
Okay, okay. And it worked for you.
Mm. It
Okay,
worked for me
okay.
because not being in debt allowed me to put that money in the stock market. And then the money that I put in the stock market that grew, put it back in real estate. And then the money that I made in real estate, put it back in. I mean, it's constantly moving from stock market to property market. And I might be, I'm oversimplifying it, but just that I encourage people to invest in the property market, I also encourage people to invest in the stock market because you need both platforms to really build wealth at the fastest possible way.
Okay, okay. Noted on that. Thank you, David. Sorry, it got quite complicated. But thank you. Very interesting. My I have my own question. You mentioned 9 REIT properties in the pipeline. We know some. Vista is included, as Chairman Manny Villar said a while ago. Would you are you at liberty to reveal the others?
Well, there's Mega World, there's Vista, there's Philinvest, and there's Robinsons. Those are the others that are in the pipeline. So that's 5, 6. That'll make 6, right? The 2 that are existing plus the 4 in the pipeline. And then the others I can't really talk about just yet.
But they're listed as well, or their sponsors are listed.
Their sponsors are listed as well.
Okay.
Sorry. Some are and some are not.
Okay. Some are. And they're eyeing to do it this year or next year.
The next 10 months.
Okay, the next 10 months. Okay, thanks for that. I think we can accommodate just a few questions. I'm checking the chat box now. Here's another one regarding tourism. What can you say about the health protocols implemented by the government now? And if they're making a positive impact to boost our tourism? That's from Emilita Santos.
It's very hard to manage 7,700 islands and 100 million very hard-headed Filipinos. So I guess look at it this way. Yes, we have relaxed a lot of it to make it easy. Because if you went to Hong Kong, you would be in quarantine for 21 calendar days. You fly in here, they will let you sit in the quarantine hotel for 7 to 9 days. That's one of the most relaxed in the world. There are some who have no quarantine whatsoever, like in the US today. You fly into the US, you don't need to wear a mask.
Yeah.
There are some crazy things that we are still doing, like the face shield, right?
Right.
And I don't want to get started on that, but or the you have to have this weird shield when you are on a bike. I mean,
yes.
The plastic
plastic
wall,
divider.
whatever. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. But be comforted by the fact that the quarantine rules are actually a lot less draconian than in other countries. In Australia, they have a military-style lockdown. Okay? If you're in Makati, you cannot leave Makati. If you're in Quezon City, you stay in Quezon City. You are not going to be 1 foot leaving. You won't even think about looking at the border. That's Australia. Military style lockdown.
So it's other countries are very strict, and ours is, well, it will always be I don't know. I mean, there will always be complaints, but I think we're trying. The tourism secretary and the IATF, they're trying whatever is doable. We have the last two questions. Thanks for that, David. Is it advisable or an advantage to acquire a property from a unit forfeited by a bank?
Depends, because sometimes it takes a while to fix those problems. And as you fix those problems, it could take, I don't know what the problems are, but in some instances, it could take a few weeks, which is good, easy, a few months, which is tolerable. Some of these cases could take years. Again, I don't know what the case is with the bank, right? It could be a simple foreclosure, it could be a simple loan. I don't know what it is, but you have to understand that when you buy something that is very cheap, because you're discounting it because of all the problems. Well, just remember that the time it takes you to fix all those problems, you're so busy fixing all those problems that you're missing out on so many opportunities, right? And I like to keep things very simple. I don't like drama. In any aspect of my life, I don't like drama. You know, I don't like problems. I like things that's simple. And so, because simple is easy, simple is transparent, and therefore you can operate on it. So I'm happy to pay the premium for simple.
Okay. No complications. Oh, so you don't like, you like things simple. That's why you don't age. Seriously. As promised, this is the last question. It's from Luisa Malikdem. I hope I got your name correct. What's the best way to start in real estate as a 20-something? What are your thoughts on property flipping?
What are my thoughts on?
Flipping properties. You buy, I guess you buy and sell?
You can buy and sell if you like, but it really depends on how much money you have. If it's below a certain threshold, let's say, if it's below 2 million pesos, to speculate in real estate at 2 million pesos might be
too risky,
unscalable. It might be inefficient. It's inefficient.
Okay.
So you buy and then rent. Buy and rent. Which is why if it's 2 million or below, I would frankly just advise you to go invest in the stock market, flip the stock market, and then sell, and then move that money into the property sector, and just keep in out. I'm oversimplifying it, but again, in the journey of wealth creation, you will be much better off having land and stocks at the same time. And if I may say, Senator Manny Villar did it exactly that way. You know, look at the number of publicly listed companies that the Villar family own, in addition to all the land that they own.
Right. Yes.
Which propelled them to be the richest person in the Philippines.
Right. So whether you're a billionaire family like the Villars or just a young individual making your way into the world, it's best to have a combination of both stocks and property if you want to build your wealth.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, David. That would be all. Thanks everyone for your questions. You can email David or Leechiu Property. You can visit their website, and they have a very good team. They're always ready to answer your questions, and they know the pulse of the market all the time. Thank you so much, David. It's been a pleasure, really. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Mr. David Leechiu and Ms. Iris Gonzalez, for that very informative discussion about investment and properties in today's market. At this point, we would like to recognize our speakers by awarding the following certificate. And we would also like to call on the President and CEO of Vistaland, Mr. Paulo Villar, to join us in this awarding ceremony. The
Thanks,
Villar
David.
Group of Companies presents this certificate of appreciation to Mr. David Leechiu for sharing his knowledge and expertise as guest speaker during the ViCon, the Villar Group Convention, the country's first and biggest property expo by property giants Vistaland and Lifescales Incorporated and Golden MV Holdings, given this 24th of June 2021. Signed, Manuel B. Villar Jr., Villar Group Chairman, and Manuel Paulo Villar, President and CEO, Vistaland and Lifescapes Inc. All right. Once again, we
Paulo,
would like to
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. Always good advice. One of these days, we should do a seminar, maybe with Irish. Had a lot to add, but I was learning a lot listening to you, actually.
Thank you.
And then I can join you on the finance side. But Irish is right, and you're right. I mean, that's our family portfolio is kind of like that. A lot of stocks, a lot of land. And that's how our family grew our wealth. My father, invested in property and held a lot, kept on investing. Sometimes it's I don't know if it's a boring formula, but it's worked. It's worked for a long time. It's worked for a lot of people. Yeah. So yeah, one of these days.
Sure.
But David, really appreciate, so knowledgeable. I think there was this long list of Q&A, which we could not get through. I'm sure we want to do it again. I think a lot of people wanted to listen to what David had to say a lot about investments and everything. So appreciate it. Thanks, Irish, too. You look good.
Thank you.
You look great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Two very attractive people on this presentation. Irish, I like that. I'm sorry, I was put off by your question, the one about the Antipolo property. I'm sorry, that was very good.
David was very sport. Thank you, David. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Always.
David,
always.
thank
I owe
you
you a
again.
drink.
Thank you so much. Irish, thank you. Appreciate
Bye,
it.
guys. Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
Stay safe.
remain on screen, as we also would like to give our appreciation and confer our certificate of appreciation to Ms. Iris Gonzalez for sharing her knowledge and expertise as moderator during the ViCon, the Villar Group Convention, the country's first and biggest property expo by property giants Vistaland and Golden MV Holdings, given this 24th of June 2021. Signed, Manuel B. Villar and Manuel Paulo Villar.
Thank you. Wow, Paolo, I'll keep this, huh?
Yeah, of course.
I didn't
We'll try to do
expect
this
it.
again, Irish. Always good, very knowledgeable also. I mean, you and
Sure.
David, great pairing.
Thank you, Paolo. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Talk-
David and
Talk to you
Brian.
soon.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, once again, thank you, Mr. David Leechiu and Ms. Iris Gonzalez, for your participation and sharing your insights on investments and properties in today's market. You heard it, guys, from our industry experts. Today is as good as any day to invest in prime property. And lucky for everyone here today, the ViCon offers prime real estate property options available with the Villar Group. So make sure to visit our booths and our brand partners that is present today to get amazing discounts and offers on prime real estate. All right, so we are now moving on to our next much awaited portion of the program. We will be awarding our next batch of raffle winners. Once again, to refresh everyone, we will be giving away 2 winners of 1,000 worth of All Easy Load, 3 winners of 1,000 worth of gift certificates from Coffee Project, 1 winner of 2,000 worth of shopping credits from All Toys, 1 winner of 2,000 worth of shopping credits from All Sports, and another winner for 2,000 pesos worth of shopping credits from Fines and Discount Store. We will also be selecting 1 winner of 2,500 worth of grocery basket from All Day Supermarket, courtesy of Prime Ventures Inc. All right, are you guys ready to find out who will be our next 10 lucky winners? Please remain glued to the screen as we draw our names. All right, good luck, everyone. All right, congratulations. We have got our 10 winners. Congratulations to you, Danica Luis Montesino, Sam Gabriel Lumungsod, Andrea Cinco, Mary Rose Pardeno, Con Love Lobitanya, Fatima De La Cruz, Monica Dizon, Kim De Torres Ramos, Diane Agcaoili, Christine Salazar. All right, that's it. Congratulations to our 10 winners. Please stand by and check your emails as our team will reach out to you to let you know how you can claim your prizes. Congratulations once again. And don't worry for those who didn't win in our past 3 rounds. We still have a lot more prizes to give away later on today and tomorrow. So make sure to stay tuned and keep on watching as we learn more from our industry experts and at the same time get more chances to win prizes from our sponsors. All right, before we proceed to our 4th webinar for the day, we shall be taking a quick break. So stay tuned, everyone. Don't go anywhere. The ViCon, the largest digital property investment conference, will be continuing. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you again soon.
Oh, huh?
All right, everyone, welcome back. We are now live again here at the ViCon, the Villar Group of Companies' largest and first digital property conference here in the Philippines. Without further ado, let's introduce our next speaker. She is a lifestyle and pop culture journalist and editor for the Philippine Daily Inquirer. For over 2 decades now, she is currently handling the Inquirer property. Also, she has authored books, paper cuts, and Planet Panic, and worked as an editor for the anthology series Youngblood. Aside from being a prolific journalist and a mental health advocate, she is also an award-winning podcast host and writer, and a band vocalist as well. In collaboration with Inquirer Property, let us all welcome Miss Pam Pastor.
Hi everyone. I'm happy to be here. Thank you to Inquirer Property for inviting me to ViCon. The first thing I want to tell everyone watching is that I'm not a real estate expert by any means, but there are plenty of experts during this entire convention. So I hope that you watch the earlier sessions and that you'll stick around for the one later. That's a very important one. And that you'll also tune in tomorrow because they have a lot more in store for you. So I am not a real estate expert. So you're probably wondering, what are you doing here? I do, however, spend a lot of my time thinking about, talking to, writing about, writing for, and catering to millennials in the work that I do for the Inquirer. And depending who you believe, I am also a millennial, like the oldest possible millennial. Because that's the thing. Different people, different organizations have different definitions of who millennials are. Some say it's people born between 1981 and 1996. Some say it's people born between 1980 and 1995. That's the only time I can be classified as a millennial. Some even say it's people born between 1981 and 2000. But our point here is that millennials or Gen Y, they make up a third of the Philippine population. That's a huge, huge part of the population. And for a really long time, the older generations like making all these generalizations about millennials. You know, they say they're self-absorbed, they just take non-stop selfies, they're obsessed with their phones, they're too pampered by their parents, they're so used to instant gratification. You know, because older generations usually like talking about the younger generations in a not so nice way. They say they grew up in the age of the internet, so they're not used to waiting for things. They quit their jobs too fast. Millennials aren't buying homes. They prefer to rent and they spend their money elsewhere on travel, on adventures, on experiences, and all of that. Now, that last part is true, was true until a few years ago, because millennials did start buying homes. And this was even before the pandemic. But then the pandemic happened, and obviously, as we all know, that's had a big impact, not just on millennials, but on absolutely everyone. It's completely disrupted our lives and changed our worlds. But the one thing that the pandemic has stressed and shown everyone during the many, many months that we've spent in lockdown is the importance of home. Before the pandemic, most of us spent more time outside our homes than in them. We would spend the entire day in school or work, hang out with our friends, go out, travel. And home was more of a place where we would sleep and then wake up early again the next day and have another day outside and then go back home again to rest. But with the pandemic, with us spending entire stretches of months, weeks without stepping outside our doors, it was really a chance to realize how important it is to have that space. And so all of a sudden, we were paying attention to the things that we normally took for granted or didn't really think about. You know, people who never set foot in the kitchen ever started learning how to cook, started baking ube cheese pandesal, like thousands of them, or sushi bake. People who never gave plants a thought, all of a sudden were starting to cultivate plants and garden. And people who, like me, who never really thought about appliances and all of these things, I started buying vacuum cleaners, I bought an air fryer, all these things that I never would have thought about. If you look at the data from the country's biggest e-commerce platforms, you will notice that people have really been buying stuff for the house. They've been buying furniture, they've been buying bakeware, they've been buying all these things. So people have really become focused on the home. And of course, millennials have been focused on the home. We were all nesting. I like that word, nesting. And so during the pandemic and before the pandemic, millennials realized the importance of having a home, a place to call your own, your sanctuary, especially because most of us started working and living in the same place. When you're working and living in the same place, you need good space. And I don't necessarily mean big space. I just mean a good space, a space that where you can stay sane, and happy. When you're basically living your entire world at home, of course, you're gonna want a good home. And so millennials were buying homes during the pandemic. And some of you may be thinking, buying homes during the pandemic, that's crazy. Everyone was having a hard time. But because millennials were stuck at home, they weren't spending on travel, they weren't spending on the usual things, going out with friends, weekend trips to the beach. They weren't spending on all of these things. And so they had money. And so a number of millennials really did start buying homes during the pandemic. People in their 20s and 30s have been buying homes. So many of them have been buying homes that they've become the biggest market for real estate companies and for agents. Why are they buying? Because the truth is the millennials are growing up. They're thinking about settling down. That doesn't mean they've lost their sense of adventure and they're not going to pursue their passions. It just means that they're starting to think about stability and all of these things. I'm so sorry if you're hearing a weird noise. That's my dog snoring. I cannot wake him up. Okay, he woke up. They've been taking advantage of good deals from property developers. Some were offering discounts, friendlier and more flexible payment terms, lower interest rates. Banks and Pag-ibig will be here later to talk to you about financing your home. So if you're a millennial listening, you have to pay attention to them too and stick around for that. So there's so many options in terms of budget, in terms of space, design, location. So as strange as it sounds, the pandemic was actually a good time to buy a home. So the millennials have become the biggest real estate market, not just here, but in other countries as well. Majority of potential property buyers are between the ages of 25 and 34. Millennials have such buying power that real estate developers have actually started adapting to what they want, what they need, how they behave, how they buy. They see homes not just as a place where they can live, but also as a safe investment, a symbol of stability. One thing I noticed in this country, when a person becomes successful, whether it's an actor, a singer, a vlogger, a social media influencer, it always becomes news when that person is able to buy their first home or their dream home. People would have conversations and talk about how, this person's had so many hits on YouTube that he or she was able to buy a home for themselves or for their family. Buying a house is an indication of success. And who doesn't want that, right? So what do they want? The question is, what do they want? What do millennials actually look for when they're buying a home? What's in their head when they're making this big decision? Because it is a big decision. Space. Like I said, bigger isn't necessarily better. It depends on their needs. But with them recognizing all these new changes in the way they live, with the new passions they discovered during the pandemic, things are gonna matter, like, will my windows give me enough sunlight for my plants? Will I have space for my newfound passions? Is the kitchen nice? Do I have enough space for a nice oven and all these things? Is this conducive to working from home? Can I work and live in the same place happily? Because that's the difficult thing about working and living in the same place. The lines are blurred, and you really have to make a conscious decision to separate those two worlds, which is hard. And to exist in just one place, you have to figure out, like, is this conducive to the kind of life that I want? Now, style and aesthetic, super important to millennials. I'm sure you have friends or kids of friends. You've seen people actually redo and redecorate, repaint walls, rearrange everything in their homes to make them prettier for TikTok, their Instagram posts, and for YouTube. I'm not kidding. I've seen people repaint their rooms a different color just because it's a better background for their social media posts. Technology, absolutely important. I think that would be one of the first questions. Like, is there gonna be good internet connection here? Am I gonna be able to connect with everyone? Not just because they need to work from home, but also because it's their connection to the outside world. And we've all needed that to survive the past year or so, right? So that's really important. My grandma who's 93, I love her so much and I like staying with her sometimes, but her house is a black hole. Like, you can hardly get any phone signal. She has no internet connection. I actually learned to listen to podcasts while staying with her because I couldn't stream Netflix. That's how difficult it was to get signal in her house. But yeah, I don't think millennials would want to live in a place like that. They're gonna need internet connectivity. They're gonna need that fast internet access, super important. Now, location. While Metro Manila, of course, super continues to be like a business district in the center of most most people's worlds. Like, if they're working here, most people would want to stay within Metro Manila. But because of the possibilities of telecommuting, and because people are realizing, oh, I can actually do my job from my house, and the discussions about how even after the pandemic, some offices might actually decide to continue allowing their employees to work from home or do a combination of working in the office and then working from home. This opens up opportunities for people to look for homes outside of Metro Manila and not just stick to Makati or BGC. Like, some people are building homes in Cavite, finding a place in Laguna. So they're willing to go outside the area depending on the setup of their lives, depending on their needs. Another thing that millennials really care about, they care about the environment. You know, it's funny how people like saying that, oh, you know, millennials are so self-absorbed, but they're actually really conscious. You know, it's like the most politically conscious generation. They're the woke generation. They care about the environment. They care about the planet. They care about what we're doing to the planet. They think about their carbon footprint. They think about sustainability. So these are things that they think about. They think about sustainability. They think about, is the property developer conscious about their sustainable practices? Do they give back to the community? Do they care about green living? Is this home eco-friendly? And all these things. These are things that millennials care about. And then, of course, the community. Who else is going to be living in my neighborhood? Is this a safe area? How close am I to my neighbors? Is there a park or a space where I can stretch my feet and get some sunshine and breathe fresh air? What are the nearby establishments? Now, a lot of millennials are moving out to live on their own, but a lot of them are also moving out and starting families, getting married. So some millennials would be asking, is there a school nearby? And then some millennials will also move out and then take their parents with them and so it's like it's their turn to take care of their parents. So these people will be concerned, is it near a hospital? Will my parents have access to, you know, like, can they walk around the neighborhood and enjoy like a nice like green area with plants and trees and all these things? These are things that they care about. So they're thinking about not just themselves, but the people they're going to be living with. They care about what's going to be around them. Convenience is also really important. Can I walk to a store? Is there a mall nearby? Can I walk to a bank? Can I live a full life here without having to go outside my neighborhood? Because, you know, everybody hates the traffic. So if you can minimize time spent in traffic and just live in your own happy little world there, there's value in that because you lose so much time in traffic. So those are big considerations. And then usually when people say, oh, a millennial is buying a home, often they think that's a condominium. Yes, it's true. A lot of millennials prefer to buy condominiums, but a lot of them are also looking at houses in the desire for more space, in the desire for a garden. So there's diversity there. It really depends on what they need, how much budget they have, and what they're looking for. It also really depends on the lives that they live, because again, with 1/3 of our population made up of millennials, that's a wide variety of people. Now, you're probably wondering, what are millennial behaviors when it comes to buying a home? They're using the internet to its fullest potential. You have to realize that millennials are digital natives. So they don't know. No, actually, the older millennials have known a world without the internet, but the mid and younger millennials, they grew up knowing that Google is always there to answer any question. They've never had to try to figure out song lyrics on their own, because they can just easily look for it online. So these are digital natives. Automatically, when they have a question they want to ask, it's instinct. They look for it online. Whatever they need, whether they're looking at shoes or a movie they want to watch, they look online. It's the same thing. When they're looking at property, they search online, they research there, and they reach out to agents through the internet. They even communicate with their peers about it online, because they're seeing people's homes, like they're seeing their friends moving into their condos, looking at the interior design of that condo. So they do a lot of these things online. So those are really important. Many of the millennials, this makes me so happy to know that many of the millennials buying homes are single women. So girl power, that's awesome. If you're a millennial and you're thinking, I want a home, but can I afford it? Some people say, if you have to ask, can you afford it? That might mean you can't afford it. But I would want the finance experts later to talk about that more, because I'm really also not a finance expert. But you have to be realistic. It's not impossible. In many cases, I think in most cases, it will require sacrifice. But if a home is really your priority, it's something you want to invest in, it's a sacrifice worth making. The question is, can you commit? You have to think about this harder than you think about getting into a relationship, because it's a real commitment. So again, to get a better idea at financing your own home, if you're a millennial watching this, you have to listen to the reps from the banks later, because they're going to be talking about that. You also have to ask yourself, am I buying my forever home or my starter home? Because, sometimes people feel like there's pressure that, oh no, like, is this, like, I'm choosing this location, is this really where I'm gonna be forever? But the truth is, it doesn't have to be your forever home. It can be your first investment. Like David said a while ago, you have to build like your portfolio of different investments. So it can just be your first. It can be your starter home, the first place you move into as an adult. And then later on, when I think I want a new place, if you've been smart with your money, then you can rent that out, earn passive income from that, and then get a different place. And then if if now you're not thinking of starting a family yet, then you don't have to get a big house where you're going to be alone. You have to think about your needs and your plans for the future. So these are important things to ask yourself. So you have to do your research and ask yourself, what do I really, really want? Like for me, if I were to look for a home, my first priority would be, is this place pet friendly? I cannot live anywhere where my dog will not be allowed. That's number one for me. What are your non-negotiables? What amenities do you absolutely have to have? So do you need to be within the business district? Are you willing to be outside? Do you want to live in a township? Look it up. That's a beautiful thing about being a millennial home buyer. All the information is at your fingertips. All the experts, they're all reachable. It's so easy to communicate with them. It's kind of democratized real estate in a way, because before it was like there was a monopoly of information and only certain people had access to it, and you were kind of at the mercy of what people are willing to tell you. But now with everything literally at your fingertips, there's no end to the options. You can look at your options, you can choose your agent, you can choose the people, and it's important to choose the people you trust. But I'm going to talk about that a bit more later. But it's really important to maximize the tools that you have at your disposal. And then talk to your peers, talk to your parents. If your parents have been good at investing in properties, talk to them. If you have a tito who's been super smart and he's not madamot with his knowledge, talk to him. If you have friends who've invested in homes and you already know the ins and outs of buying a condominium or buying a house, talk to them. These people have had experiences. You can learn from them. What are their tips? What are their horror stories? So you don't have to repeat them. The people in your life are going to be very willing to talk to you about it and very excited about it. My brother, I have to be honest with you, I am, despite being an old millennial, I'm practically a child. So I'm not, Inquirer Property has finally been convincing me to seriously think about investing in a home, in a condo, most likely. But it's my brother, my younger brother, because he's building a family. He's the one who's really more intently looking into it and is actively working on purchasing his first property. And so that's what I told him, because he was asking me all these things as his older sister. And I was telling him, you have to talk to the real estate people in our family, the ones who've actually, built up their portfolio of properties. And so he's been talking to a couple of my uncles and they've been giving him advice. And I think he's in safer hands than he is when he's talking to me about buying his property. So what's also really important is choose a property developer and choose an agent that you can trust, because this is your hard-earned money that or your inheritance if you're lucky. But this is your hard-earned money that you are gonna be spending on a home, or you are gonna be committing to paying for the next 10 years or 20 years, whatever the deal is. So you have to choose a property developer that you can trust. One with a good track record. There's plenty of them at this convention. You can look at them and you have plenty of time to do that. Talk to agents you can trust. Talk to multiple agents if you want. And figure out, the right fit, because this is not like a single quick relationship and then goodbye. You need somebody who's going to be patient with you if you have a lot of questions, especially if it's your first time and they're going to have to walk you through the entire process. I think it's really, really important to find somebody that you're gonna be comfortable with. If that you're not gonna be shy about talking to and really explaining like the deal and okay, this is what I want, and like you wouldn't be because it's really important to have a good relationship with your property developer and the agent that you're gonna choose, because again, this is your money, your hard-earned money that you're spending, and this is your future that you're investing in. If you're selling to a millennial, you have to speak their language. You have to streamline the process. What's stopping a lot of millennials who want to purchase a home and who are actually earning pretty good money is the whole idea of buying a house or a condo sounds so complicated. Like when people start telling me numbers and percentages and all these things, I am so sorry, but it becomes a jumble to me. So find a way to streamline the process, make it easy, make it seamless, take away that intimidation factor. There's always that idea that, this is a parent's thing, to do, like to buy a house. The same goes for financial institutions as well. Simplify the loan process. Try to break it down, because again, another thing they like saying about millennials is they have limited attention span, and so you wanna keep them engaged. And how do you do that if the whole process is too tiresome? So you wanna, or too tedious. So you wanna make the process easier for them. Get ready to coach them through it. There's gonna be patience involved, because there's gonna be a lot of questions. But again, like if these are first time homeowners, I'm sure you go through the same thing even with older people. Then because like I said, they're digital natives, you can reach out to them through social media. You can take advantage of the fact that they're digital natives by creating a website that basically breaks it down for them. But I think the property developers have been doing a good job at this because when you look online, like there's a good presence already online. But the thing is really communicating directly to them and making the information digestible and easier to understand, especially for those who are intimidated. Like they're not even gonna take the first step of looking at possibilities and properties because they just find the whole idea so daunting. So find ways to make it seem like, like this is the next step, like it could be as simple as enrolling in school or just simplify things for them. Get ready to coach them through it. The beautiful thing about this new generation. So now we have millennials. There's already Gen Z after them who are even younger. With Inquirer, we have this column called Young Blood. And we've been running this column for decades now. Now, only 20-somethings can submit pieces to Young Blood. And for decades, it's become a rite of passage for writers. Like, if you're a young writer in the Philippines, you have to be published in Young Blood. And every couple of years, we would go back to the archives and we would look at them because we publish the best of the best Young Blood essays in books. And the fascinating thing is, it doesn't matter what generation it is, whether it's people in the early 90s, the late 90s, the early 2000s, the late 2000s, the millennials writing, they're always writing about the similar themes: relationships, family members, moving to another country to study, moving to another country to work, their dreams and ambition. And it's inevitable. There are always stories about homes there. Just last week, the column ran a story called Uprooted. It's by a girl named Dana Cabalza. And the first line was, they say home is where the heart is. And this column was about her two homes that she grew up in and she misses. And then I love the last line that she said, someday I will finally plant myself somewhere. And that's the thing. This is true for all millennials. They may be adventuring, even though the pandemic has put a stop to that for now. They might be adventuring. They may be traveling the world and taking advantage of the cheaper airline prices and the hostels and budget everything. But there's that eventual need for stability and settling down. And that's where real estate comes in and takes them through that next phase of their lives. There's such a beautiful thing about reading about all these memories of the houses they grew up in and the stories about them moving into their first home as adults. Millennials are doing this now. They're choosing a place and they're making it their own. These stories are always beautiful to read and to experience, and that story could be yours, and you can be part of that story. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much once again, Ms. Pam, for that very insightful discussion about millennials' behaviors in today's market. At this point, we would like to introduce our panelist, our moderator, for this afternoon. He is the head of marketing services and advertising of Brittany Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. JC Gonzalez.
Hi everyone, and hi Miss Pam.
Hi JC.
interesting and very eye-opening sharing that you had earlier.
Thank
And I
you.
guess it really counts to talk about this particular demographic, this generation of millennials, knowing that they are actually emerging to be the next batch of property buyers and investors here in the Philippines. And as you've mentioned, they already comprise about 1/3 of the country's population, and around the world, it's actually estimated to have been at least half of the global workforce. So all over the world, it's a domination by millennials. And yeah, my first question would be, how would you describe the values and priorities of millennials as a generation, comparing it with the previous ones? Do you think it has something to do with, the social and economic conditions, the climate during their childhood and formative years?
I think, okay, so like I mentioned, millennials are given this, they have this reputation for being self-absorbed and really caring more about themselves. But the truth is, I don't think we've seen a generation that cares so much about the world that they live in. Parang the previous generation, I mean, when did we start thinking about plastic use, 'di ba? When did we become more conscious about where our food is coming from, or what companies are doing to give back to communities? Why has sustainability become such a buzzword? Why is green living so important now? It's the millennials who are driving all these changes, and I think that's one thing that's very different, because ultimately, like despite the difference in the generations, we're all people, and we all have the same basic needs. We all care about our families. We all care about our health. But I think one thing that separates them is that care about the world. But also, I think it's a good thing that this is also the generation that, I don't know if I only see it because I'm really passionate about it as well, but it's also really a generation that cares so much about their mental health. And this ties into the importance of space and having a home. And I will tell you, because I really, again, like to me, home was something that I always took for granted, but um when I first on my first visit to my doctor, my psychiatrist, one of the first questions she asked was, "Do you have a space for healing?" So that's really important, and millennials really care about that. Like, like respect
Self-care.
my space, and yeah. Like they're so conscious about it, which is a really good thing as well, because it was something that the previous generations didn't like talking about, but millennials are so open about it, and sometimes it surprises their parents how open they are about it, and they don't know how to deal about it. They don't know how to deal with it, but that's a value that I think is so important. Like, they care about their mental health, but they also care about other people's mental health. There's just a lot of care there. I think it's such a beautiful thing. I think like one thing that would illustrate this is there was a time like somebody posted online that they were trying to call like a suicide hotline, and then um they said they couldn't contact it. And you know what all these millennials did on Facebook? They started posting their own phone numbers to this, giving it to this person. Like, you can call me. And, like, it's just such a beautiful thing. Like, there's just that sense of community. I think another perfect example of a millennial doing this is Patreng Non, who started the whole community pantry movement, right? So it's really an illustration of how this is a generation that really cares. I think that's a really beautiful thing. And to tie that in with real estate, it's really a generation that will care about the community that they're living in, and will also really care about the values of the property developers that they're choosing. Because again, like with the internet, it's so easy to look up like the background and the histories of the companies and all these things. So before they make these choices, they look into those things. Yeah, that's a really long answer. I'm so sorry.
No, not a problem. You saying that millennials being, caring more, being more concerned about the environment, about what's happening around the world to their communities. Would you say it's a matter of having that love for the liberal arts and that the access to information that wasn't as available as it should be to the other generations.
I think so. I think so. I think also because parents, they get a lot of they get a lot of criticism for being too kind on millennials. Like the parents of millennials, like my batch, my generation, we most of us were spanked, right? But like the younger parents, parang it sounds like like it sounds almost impossible for them, like the idea of them spanking their kids. But I think parents being more like less of dictatorians on like less dictatorial when it comes to dealing with their kids, allowing them to explore liberal arts. Because in the previous generation, you know how parents were like, oh, you have to go into this, you either have to be a doctor or you have to be a lawyer or you have to for me to recognize that you're successful. But now with them allowed to explore their passions, kids are going to film school, they're going to school for fashion, and parents are allowing them to find their passion. I think it's become, it doesn't mean they don't hustle, because they do, but parang there's just that they have that desire to make a difference in the world in whatever passion that they choose. So it's not just I can only make a difference if I'm a doctor and I'm saving lives. I mean, being a doctor is beautiful, or being a lawyer and making sure that the justice system is working. Those things are beautiful if that's what you want to do. But the parents have really been pushing kids to choose what they want to do. They've been more open. You rarely hear of stories anymore na bihira na yan, the stories na I can't take this course because my parent wants me my mom wants me to do this. I think that's led to us finding really unique individuals who are starting businesses early and figuring and finding like niche things that they want to do that's really special to them. And yeah, I think it's a really fascinating generation, the millennials, and then Gen Z is a whole other thing.
Yes, I couldn't agree more, Ms. Pam. The phenomenon of millennials being known for jumping from one job to another, from trying out different activities. They are really known for the soul searching, to be on soul searching mode, doing what would make them feel the best of themselves and to maximize their potentials.
Yes, and my favorite story about it, like a friend who had an employee who was a millennial, was so shocked when a millennial quit to say and the reason for quitting was because I want to fulfill my bucket list. And
wow.
Yeah. So my friend was like, "Can you believe that?" But you have to respect that, because I feel like for so many of us, we've been so focused on the grind now. Oh my gosh, I have to make a living and all of these things. But they're finding a way to make a living while also pursuing their passions. But and like for us it was get a job, keep a job. Like for a lot of like my generation, I think you're a millennial. So like my generation parang more get a job, keep a job, start a family, have kids, send them to school. But they're not taking that straight path. They're jumping, they're exploring different things. So I think it's a really interesting way of living, and it's actually a really inspiring way of living also. But of course, there are also bad cases where they get bored after 2 months or like a few weeks into a job, or they don't like being told what to do and all these things. But of course, may ganun rin naman. But you see just so many, because I meet a lot of them, because I write about a lot of them, and then a lot of them also write for us because we do have very young writers. And it's so interesting to see like the different passions and the different things that they care about and the things that they have in common, which is really they want to make a positive change in the world. I think they're seeing how bad the world can get and has gotten, and they really want to change things.
Yes.
And they're not
My
afraid to
next
do it.
question.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry,
Sorry about that. Over the last few years, the term adulting has skyrocketed across social media, and even more recently, the reference to titos and have also become more prominent, and this seems to have strongly resonate among millennials. Given this, do you see millennials shifting towards greater readiness to invest?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, adulting, there's just adulting is hard. I have to tell you though, adulting is really hard. I call myself Peter Pan because I feel like I'm just refusing to grow up. I think the toys behind me show you that. But yeah, millennials are embracing adulting. They also take pride in their tita moments. Like a lot of people were posting the pictures of their air fryers, right? Like they're like 1 minute you're a millennial and the next minute you're obsessed with your air fryer. That's such a tita moment. Yeah. I think that's the thing, because millennials really are growing up and they're thinking about stability and the fact that they're earning money and they haven't been able to spend it on travel. That's quite a bit of money. And so a lot of them are really thinking about homes also, and this can be both a good and a bad thing. The fact that they're seeing, because I see posts about this online where, they're feeling pressured to buy a home because they're seeing their peers, like their batchmates from high school and from college now moving into their condos, and parang if they can afford it, how come I don't have a home yet? Like maybe I should buy a home now too. So there's also that pressure. That's both a good thing and a bad thing because we always like telling them like not to compare yourself to the social media versions of your friends. But yeah, but them seeing all these like, because it's nice, but it's also really nice because I also see people doing it when they post a photo of them and their family in front of the house they're building or the house they just bought and all these things. It's really inspiring, but that also causes a lot of pressure and it really does make millennials think about investing more. Yes, and also causes anxiety though.
Yeah. How about this one? Millennials marrying early or those delaying marriage? Do you think these behaviors are critical in shaping the decision making of this emerging group of property investors?
Okay. Before, di ba parang the tradition was you only think about getting a house because you're getting married and you're finally moving out of your parents' house. Millennials really are delaying marriage. Like it's super like if you hear about a 23-year-old getting married, people are like, "What? That's so early." When our parents were married at 20 and that was totally fine. Like when at that time if you were 28, they called you an old maid, which is a horrible thing. But now, 'di ba, 28, parang no, don't get married yet. You're so young. But the nice thing is, even though they're delaying marriage, they're not looking at marriage as their time to move out. People are moving out of their parents' homes on their own because they want the freedom, because they want to be able to go out and not have to worry about curfew and all these things. Now, a number of people did move back in with their parents during the pandemic. And then some of them naman moved out because of course when you're stuck with your family in the house like for months and there's a lot of you, there's bound to be eventual friction there, and then some of them are like, I need a breather, I need to move out. So I actually have friends who moved out and moved into their own condos in the middle of the pandemic. So the nice thing about them delaying marriage is it doesn't mean they're delaying buying homes, because a lot of single women, yun yung highest ha, that's what they're saying. When that makes me so happy, like go girls, because that it doesn't mean that marriage is their only parang it's not the only sign that they're ready to become independent. They can totally become independent and be single. A lot of people are actually not planning on getting married, but they're definitely gonna buy houses or condos.
All right. How about speaking of locations, talking about property investments, which locations or kind of environments do you think appeal most to millennials?
I think the area has to be exciting. So for kunyari a township to be appealing,
Complete.
you need to have a bar there. You need to have nice restaurants, at least within reach. Because that's the thing. FOMO is another millennial term, fear of missing out. Ayaw nila yan. Like they don't like missing out on things. So they want to be near what's cool what's happening, or kahit nga what's hindi pa cool but like something that they discover that's theirs, parang ganon. So you have to have those things that they really care about, places where they can hang out. And I think because people are starting to, more and more people are getting vaccinated, so happy about that. I think eventually when people really, because a lot of people have been going out already, and when more and more people start going out, those are really important things, places where they can hang out in, a good place to have coffee, super important. Millennials are obsessed with coffee and caffeine, diba? Like they do all these, it's not even just dalgona coffee, but they buy all these mga like contraptions. I'm not a coffee drinker, so I don't know, but like, my God, like I have my cousins, they get beans from all over the Philippines, they import beans from Japan and all these things. So because that's the thing, millennials, when they're passionate about something, they really, really like get passionate about it. So I think you want to build a place where they can play and work and relax and have discoveries and have adventures also, all in one place. I know it's a tall order, but yeah, I think they're a pretty demanding demographic kasi nga they're used to having everything at their fingertips and within reach.
Mhm. I have another interesting question, and me coming from Brittany, the luxury residential arm of Vista Land, I'm very interested to ask about this. What do you think is the perspective or stance of millennials towards luxury? Are they willing to spend more to experience a distinctive and best-in-class experience?
Yes, if they have the means. If they have the means. Kasi parang, of course, a lot of people would aspire for it. If they had the means, they absolutely would. There's of course, like, who doesn't want to enjoy luxury, diba? They totally would if they had the means. But that's the thing, because a lot of the millennials are really, okay, so while you have millennials who have disposable income from their parents, marami rin yan. But then you have the millennials who are really working for every single peso that they spend. So it really depends on which market you're talking to. But those who have the money to spend, they absolutely would spend it on a good, on a luxurious home. Why, what, diba? Of course they would. Yun lang important. Depende sa how much money they have. Because if they're the type na they're gonna worry about the monthly payments, then definitely that's not your market. Yeah.
All right. Okay. How about this one? How do millennials go about the buying process? What would you say would be the critical factors that greatly influence their decision making towards something? Like, what would they prefer or choose?
One, of course, the money talaga. That's always gonna be their first question. Like, can I really afford this? Like, because when that's and that's a good thing, like to really consider that. Yun yung first. The second is the quality of life, because they really, parang, there was a tendency for older generations to parang go through the motions and just accept that this is how society has always done it, and this is how I'm gonna do it. This is how my parents did it. So went to school, found a partner, got married, started having kids. The millennials now, they're not going through the motions. They really care about quality of life, which is why they don't like sticking with a job that they feel like this is not healthy for my mental health. I'm quitting. Like, they don't, diba? Parang, so they care about quality of life. So that's another thing. They're gonna think about the kind of life they're gonna have in that place. So that's really, really important. Hindi enough to just have a bed to sleep in at night and a roof over my head. It's really more. It's more than that. So apart from looking at something that fits their budget, it really has to fit the lifestyle that they have. Parang
Alright,
this place enrich me? Yeah. I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Next question. What can developers do to improve so that they can cater to more millennials, or does the current style satisfy millennial criteria already? So this is from
I think the millennials who okay, you do have overachieving millennials na with the current setup, with with developers having their websites and other platforms that they can use for looking at mortgages and all these things. You do have overachieving masipag. These are usually the mga overachievers in school who would do their own research and really figure out, how do I do this? What are my steps? Do I have enough money? How do I borrow? Is this the right interest rate? And all these things. There are people who do that. You do have people who will not be as masipag, who you have to kind of spoon feed a little and take through the steps a little more. So while you do already have that market that's there, because you have nice websites, you have a presence online in the papers, they're familiar with the names, they already see the places when they go around. There's that need for the rest, those who are intimidated. If you want to tap into that market, you have to spell it out for them and show them how simple it actually is to go through the steps of buying your first home. One example would be how something as simple as voters registration, 'di ba? Parang in the desire to get, because a lot of our voters are gonna be millennials next year, in the desire to get all these people to vote, because a lot of them have not registered ever because they're coming of age pa lang. You have to look at the different ways, different organizations and companies and people are trying to get millennials to register to vote. There's one beautiful partnership. It's the Comelec. I can't remember who they partnered with. It was an agency, I think, Trena, I think. They did that beautiful parang comic website featuring Jose Rizal. I don't know if you've seen that, but I think that's an example of this is about voting, which can sound super boring for millennials who don't care about it. But they turned it into a comic showing our national hero. So Jose Rizal is there and he's like, namatay ako para makaboto ka. So parang wag mo sayangin. And then they use millennial words like, achievin nyo to. And then there's like, Melchora Aquino there, and there's Tandang Sora in cartoon form, explaining the steps on how to vote, what IDs do you have to bring, and all these things. So there are examples that you can look at from different industries on how they're speaking to millennials and speaking their language. Another thing I think would really also be to stress yung sustainability, the efforts on what the property is doing to give back to the community where it is, where it's building homes. That's yun, like yung how are they sustainable in their practices? These are really important things because you can even start from there. That you catch their attention because, oh, ang galing naman nila, like they're doing this, and this to help these people. Those things really matter. Tumatatak yan eh. And then they'll remember, okay, when I decide to buy a home, teka lang, di ba this property developer did this and this. Those things matter because you know now, but they remember and they care about even things like, I'm not gonna buy makeup from this brand anymore because I found out they're testing on animals, mga ganon. Yes, yun, di ba? The cancel culture is again another really really big part of millennial life. A lot of them, there's a whole debate about cancel culture and whether it's good or actually a horrible thing or it's just really bullying. But that's a whole different conversation.
Discussion. Yeah. All right. I guess that wraps up our discussion. Thank you so much, Ms. Pam, for the lively and vibrant discussion about millennials and their perspectives on investments.
Thank you so much, JC.
Thank you.
All right. Once again, thank you so much, Ms. Pam Pastor and Mr. JC Gonzalez for sharing your insights on the millennials and their behavior towards the current property and real estate industry at the moment. So at this point, we would like to acknowledge and recognize our speaker, Ms. Pam Pastor, by awarding the following certificate that reads, the Villar Group of Companies presents this certificate of appreciation to Ms. Pam Pastor for sharing her knowledge and expertise as guest speaker during the ViCon, the Villar Group Convention, the country's first and biggest property expo by property giants Vista and Lifescapes Inc. and Golden MV Holdings Incorporated. Given this 24th of June, 2021, signed Manuel B. Villar Jr., Villar Group Chairman, and Manuel Paulo Villar, President and CEO, Vista and Lifescapes Incorporated. All right, once again, congratulations and thank you, Ms. Pam Pastor, for joining us today. All right.
Thanks so much.
You know what that means? We are now off to award again 10 winners for our raffle draw. All right. So are you guys excited to find out who will be our lucky 10 to take home prizes such as 2 winners of 1,000 worth of All Easy Load, 2 winners of 1,000 worth of gift certificates from Coffee Project, 1 winner of 2,000 pesos worth of shopping credits from All Toys. We also have 1 winner of 2,000 pesos worth of shopping credits from All Sports. We will also be selecting 2 winners of 2,500 worth of grocery baskets from All Day Supermarket, courtesy of Prime Asset Ventures Incorporated. And we have 1 winner of 5,000 pesos worth of grocery basket from All Day Supermarket. All right, guys, are you ready to find out who will be our 10 lucky winners for this round? All right, keep your eyes peeled on the screen. And to all our registered participants, good luck to you all. All right, we have our 10 winners. Congratulations, Miss Sabrina A. Portugal, Mr. Elijah Len Morales, Miss Charmaine Bondo, Miss Camille Mojica, Mr. Leo J. Lascuna, Miss Hazel Hugo, Mr. Eric Cristal, Miss Mayet Garcia, Miss Rochelyn of Quieria, and Miss Annalisa Doroteo. Please check your provided contact information such as email address, as our team will be reaching out to you to let you know how you can claim your prizes for today. Once again, congratulations, and to all our other participants, don't worry, we still have a lot of prizes to give away here at the ViCon. We haven't even hit half of our prizes, so there are a lot more in store for everyone, so don't go anywhere. Once again, we will be taking a short break before we move on to our next speaker, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, as the biggest property expo in the Philippines, Digital Property Expo, will be coming back to you shortly after a few minutes. See you soon.
From furniture, lighting, to appliances, we got everything you need to make your space complete. Build and furnish your living and working space right here at All Home, your one-stop shop for your home.
Find all your home needs at allhome.com.ph.
StreamTech is fiber internet for the modern home and business.
StreamTech. Exceed limits.
All right, welcome back to the ViCon. The Villar Group Convention, the first and the biggest virtual property expo in the Philippines. All right, now here to discuss with our bank partners for financial options for your home purchases, we would like to first welcome our first bank partner, AllBank, with its president, Mr. Jesus Vicente Garcia. All right, Mr. Garcia, are you with us? All right, while we are waiting for Mr. Garcia to join us this afternoon. All right, he's here. All right, good afternoon once again. The president of AllBank joining us this afternoon is Mr. Jesus Vicente Garcia. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. I am Big Garcia from AllBank. I am here to present to you today our housing loan product and of course some of our digital banking products and services. And I understand I am given limited time to finish my presentation, so I will be going a little faster. So let us go to the first slide, please. Hello.
All right, just one moment, Sir Vicente, as we prepare your slides for presentation.
Thank you.
Once again, we are here today this afternoon to meet with our banking partners so you can discuss financing options for your future purchases should you decide to invest in properties today here at the ViCon. First up is our AllBank, presented to us by its president, none other than Mr. Jesus Vicente Garcia. All right, Sir Vicente, while we are waiting for your presentation, can you tell us more a little bit about AllBank and where are you currently located? How many branches do you have nationwide?
Oh, well, of course, our head office is located here in Mandaluyong City at the corner of EDSA. Right now, we have 17 branches strategically located in Luzon. We have 2 branches in the north, 3 branches in Bulacan, 4 branches in Metro Manila, 7 branches in Cavite, and 1 branch in Laguna.
All right, sir, I think your presentation is ready. Take it away.
Okay. This afternoon, I would want to take the opportunity in the ViCon to present to you or to inform you that AllBank actually is offering real estate housing loan to qualified borrowers for purposes of house and lot acquisition, condominium unit acquisition, lot acquisition, house construction, home improvement, and home renovation. Next slide, please. When we grant housing loans to qualified borrowers, we are actually taking into considerations 5 important requisites. Number 1 is the borrower's ability to pay. Of course, the borrower should have an stable and sustainability capacity to pay for him to be able to pay off the loan. And number 2 is the employment. The borrower has to have a stable and sustainable employment, and the loan tenor, which is a maximum of 20 years. And of course, the equity of the borrower, which is more or less 10 to 20% of the total contract price, and the marketability of the collateral, which is the collateral should have been developed at least by an accredited and reputable developer. Next, please. The maximum loanable amount is actually up to 90% of the total contract price, and the term should not be more than 20 years. The age of the borrower should not be more than 65 upon the maturity of the loan, and the interest rate is fixed for 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years. Next, please. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, as I mentioned a while ago, the maximum loanable amount is up to 90% of the total contract price. The term is up to 20 years. The age of the borrower should not be more than 65 years old upon maturity of the loan, and the interest rate is fixed. We are actually offering fixed rate for 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years. Yeah. Next. Can I have the next slide, please? Yes, for 1 to 3 years, the fixed rate is actually 5.88%, and we are offering 6.75% fixed for 4 to 5 years. Well, the question is the interest rate negotiable? Of course, it is negotiable. We can talk about it on a case-to-case basis, or in some meritorious cases, we can actually offer even lower than 5.88% fixed for 1 to 3 years and lower than 6.75% fixed for 4 to 5 years. Of course, the borrower should have no record or adverse findings insofar as multiple canceled credit cards are concerned and past due loans with other banks. The monthly amortization should not be more than 35% of the gross monthly income of the borrower. Next, please. Our housing loan that we are offering to qualified borrowers is available both for locally employed and overseas Filipino worker. For locally employed, the major requirements are actually the certificate of employment and compensation, a recent copy of the income tax return, and at least 3 copies of the updated monthly pay slips. For overseas Filipino workers, the contract of employment is necessary so that we may validate, or so that we may know that there is really a contract existing between the employer abroad and the borrower. Of course, a certificate of employment and compensation is also necessary to gauge more or less the capacity to pay of the borrower. The unupdated 3 months pay slip is also a requirement. This is one of the requirements of the regulatory bodies. Now, for seafarers, we are also extending housing loan to seafarers. To seafarers, we actually need their POEA contract of employment, and 3 months, at least 3 months allotment slips that is actually being given to their relatives here in the Philippines, who will handle the funding or the payment of the housing loan. Next, please. Our housing loan is also available and for qualified self-employed individuals, and the major requirements are the number one, the ITR with audited financial statements for the last 2 years, the DTI registration of the company, the business permit or the mayor's permit, and at least a picture of the business establishment, and a bank statement for the last 6 months. Of course, we are presuming that the client is maintaining an account with other banks or probably with AllBank. The other requirements are the oath of allegiance for those with dual citizenship. For single individual, we also require the CNMR or the certificate of no marriage. And for married individual, we are requiring a copy of the marriage contract with marital consent, and of course the AllBank's application for housing loan. There are actually 3 stages in the application and processing of the housing loan, in the approval of the housing loan that we are granting to qualified borrowers. The first, which are the processing, the loan releasing, and the collection. For the processing, of course, the applicant or the candidate or the borrower should submit the loan requirements that will be given by the bank, by AllBank initially. And upon submission to the bank, there will be credit evaluation, and there goes the loan packaging. And once the credit evaluation and the loan packaging is okay, and if the borrower is proven to be qualified for a housing loan, then the bank will send a notice of approval to the qualified borrower, informing him or her that his or her loan application is approved. So that is the time for the loan releasing. The first step would be for the borrower or for the candidate to submit to the bank the loan requirements, and the borrower should also go to the bank personally to sign the loan documents. After the loan documents are signed, then the loan proceeds would be credited to the account of the developer. And insofar as collection is concerned, there are two ways for which the loan may be paid. It can be paid by issuance of post-dated checks by the borrower, or the borrower may opt to open an account with AllBank, and we can do automatic debit every time the amortization becomes due. Our accredited developers, some of our accredited developers are, of course, the Vista Land, the Brittany, Crown Asia, Camellia, Vista Residences, Camellia Manors, Via, and Lumina. At this point, I would want to take this opportunity to give you an idea or to inform you of the new digital banking products and services of the bank that may help you in your banking needs. Of course, the first and foremost is the corporate internet banking. It is already available, and we are already offering it. By the use of your laptop, you can actually have access. You can actually access your account. You can verify your balances. You can view your statement of accounts. You can do balance inquiry. You can request for checkbooks any time of the day, any place, anywhere, 24/7, even at the wee hours of the morning. The next is our mobile banking application. By the use of your cell phone, you can actually access your account. You can access your balances. You can do fund transfer from one account to another. You can do fund transfer from your AllBank account to your other accounts maintained with other banks, 24/7, also at the comfort of your homes and your offices, 24/7, anytime, any place, anywhere. And I am proud to say at this point in time that AllBank is the first bank in the Philippines to become compliant to the requirement of the QRPA's person to merchant. In fact, when this was launched by the BSB, by no less than the BSB Governor, Jokno, AllBank is one of the first 5 banks. AllBank is one of the first 5 banks that were included in the launching. This is actually an initiative of the Philippine Payment Management Incorporated in coordination with the BSP and BankNet, where cashless transaction is encouraged, and the payment of purchases and services by using cash or via cash is actually already discouraged. This is actually being done by the client opening an account with AllBank, and as soon as the account is opened, we will install a QRPH code or the person to merchant code to the offices or to the sales offices of the merchant, and then the buyer or the payer, or as long as his account in any bank, maintained in any bank, is enrolled in the mobile banking application of that bank, may do his purchases, may do the payment of his purchases or the payment of the services he has incurred by just scanning the QR code of the merchant installed by AllBank in the service offices or sales offices of the merchant, and the account of the purchaser is debited, while the account of the merchant maintained at AllBank will be credited simultaneously in a matter of just 2 seconds. We also have the POS cash out. This is actually similar to ATM withdrawal only by the use of NAD or non-ATM devices. So you do not have to queue if there are so many people queuing in the ATM machine. You can just go to our accredited merchants where you can present your ATM card, swipe it, and then as soon as you swipe it, the merchant will pay you the amount of withdrawal that you wish to withdraw, and his account will be debited and the account of the merchant is credited. And this is one of the newest digital banking product of AllBank, the electronic KYC. Anywhere you are, 24 by 7, you can open an account with AllBank without going physically to AllBank or to the branch of AllBank. All you have to do is just use your mobile phone, access the mobile banking application of AllBank on Google Play, and there will be requirements that you will see in the screen. Just follow it, and you will be able to open an account with AllBank anytime, any place, anywhere, 24 by 7, anywhere you are in the Philippines. Even if you are in Mindanao, in Visayas, in Cebu, or in Iloilo, you can open an account with AllBank via our eKYC, the electronic KYC. That is why opening of branches right now, opening of bricks and mortar branches is no longer necessary, because opening of account does not need your physical presence in the bank or your physical presence in all bank branch. You can open an account, checking account, current account, savings account, time deposit by just using your mobile phone. We also have gotten already our EMI issuer license from the BSP, so we can already issue cash cards. We call our cash card the mobile banking velocity card, or the MEV card. It is a prepaid reloadable money card that lets the client access their funds fast and easy to purchase securely locally and abroad. Our cash card is riding on the UnionPay technology, so it can be used locally. It can also be used abroad. When you go abroad, you can bring your mobile banking velocity card and make your purchases. So that you can make your purchases, it can also be used for online purchases. We are already a member of, as I said earlier, of the Philippine Payment Management Incorporated. So you can do fund transfer via InstaPay and via PesoNet from one account to another account of yours that are maintained with AllBank, or you can even transfer funds from your account with AllBank to another account with another bank via InstaPay and PesoNet 24 by 7, anytime, any place, anywhere, at the comfort of your homes and offices. We have the check writing facility already. This is actually applicable for clients that are preparing bulk of checks. You no longer have to prepare your checks individually. You do not have to type your checks individually. You can actually enroll your account with our check writing facility. It is a web-based application, and you can prepare your bulk of checks automatically. And this is very, very secure, because the system has a maker, checker, and approver functions. It is very safe. It is really safe, fast, and reliable. We also have our PDC warehousing for clients that are receiving post-dated checks, bulk of post-dated checks for merchants that are actually receiving bulk of post-dated checks from your clients. You do not have to keep your post-dated checks with you, your bulk. You can entrust your post-dated checks with us, and we will be keeping and monitoring your post-dated checks. Upon maturity of the check, we will deposit and credit your account automatically. This is also very safe and secured. There is a maker, checker, approver facility, so that you will not have to worry about some errors being committed, like your checks being committed to being credited to another account. It will be taken care of by the bank. So as I said earlier, we actually have 17 branches strategically located all over Luzon. We have 2 in the north, Bataan and Pampanga. We have 3 in Bulacan. We have 4 branches in Metro Manila. We have 7 branches in Cavite, and we have 1 branch in Santa Rosa, Laguna. Our housing loan application and these digital banking products and services that we have developed are actually tailor-fitted for your needs and wants, so that we can assure, or you may be assured, that all the time we are making sure that banking will be easy for you while you are working very hard. So thank you very much.
All right. Once again, thank you, Mr. Vicente Garcia, for sharing the financing packages of AllBank. All right, we will now move on to our next bank partner. We have BDO. Introducing the representative, a senior assistant vice president at BDO. Please welcome Ms. Cory Davila.
A good day to all participants of the Villar Group Convention. We at BDO are very excited to be part of this virtual convention that promotes financial literacy among the clients of the Villar Group. And with the use of technology or the internet, we can reach more Filipinos both here and abroad to promote the benefits of being well-informed, especially when it comes to bank financing for your new home. Ngayong merong pandemya, siguro marami po sa atin ang nag-worry kung itutuloy pa ba yung pagbili ng ating dream home. Hindi po kayo nag-iisa. Pero wag pong mag-worry because at BDO, we find ways of helping our customers achieve their dream homes. And to tell you more about BDO, nag-prepare po kami ng short presentation to better explain ano ba yung mga requirements namin in applying for a BDO home loan and how to apply, especially for our overseas Filipino workers. So kindly focus your attention on screen. Thank you. Play video, please.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. We at BDO understand that the ongoing pandemic has made everyone extra cautious, especially in purchasing one's own home. Siguro po marami po sa atin ang nag-aalala at saka nagdadalawang isip kung itutuloy pa ba nila ang pagbili ng kanilang dream home. But worry not, because BDO is here to help you feel at ease and at the same time assist you in making your dream home a reality. Now let us find out what sets BDO apart from the other banks. Why choose BDO for your bank financing needs? Ano bang tulong ang pwedeng ibigay ng BDO para matupad ang pangarap nating magkaroon ng sariling bahay? Good news! BDO offers its home loan customers the following. Number 1, low and affordable payment options. Number 2, hassle-free loan requirements. And number 3, fast loan processing. Ngayon, isa-isahin po natin itong mga to para po makita natin ang BDO home loan advantages. Alam niyo po ba, BDO offers not 1, not 2, but 3 low and affordable payment options to choose from. Siyempre po, to match your budget at hand. First option, customers can pay interest only for the first 6 months. Para po yung ating monthly amortization, it will start on the 7th month after po nang ma-release ang loan. Ang ibig sabihin nito, interest lang po ang babayaran mo sa unang 6 na buwan, kaya naman magaang sa bulsa. Now this will give customers breathing space in their finances with the low monthly interest payment, allowing them to furnish and fix their new home. Second option, customers can avail of the 60-day grace period. Ang ibig sabihin po nito, the first monthly installment payment will be after 60 days from loan release, giving customers enough time to plan their budget as they move into their new home. Alam nyo, magandang payment option to dahil hindi mo kailangan magbayad agad-agad. Ang unang bayad after 60 days pa. And ang third option po natin, customers can avail of the equal monthly payments right away. With the low interest rate offering of BDO, the monthly amortization becomes affordable enough for the customers to shoulder. Kaya kung ready naman kayo, pwede ring simulan ng pagbabayad ng 30 days after ma-release ang loan. Magaang pa rin sa budget dahil mai-enjoy nyo ang low interest rate offering ng BDO. Let us now look at sample computations comparing the different low and affordable payment options. Let us assume a loan amount of 1 million pesos at an interest rate of 5.28% per annum fixed for 3 years, which is payable over a loan term of 20 years. Now, if the customer chooses to avail of the equal monthly payments, then ang ating pong estimated monthly payment is at 6,755 pesos. Ngayon, if the customer chooses to avail of the 60-day grace period, then ang kanyang pong estimated monthly payment after 60 days from loan release is 6,771 pesos only. Pero ang pinakamababa and more affordable payment option is if customer chooses to pay the interest only for the first 6 months. Then ang kanyang estimated monthly amortization is only 4,340 pesos. Very affordable po, di ba? Imagine paying less than 5,000 pesos monthly for your home loan. Next advantage that BDO offers is hassle-free loan requirements through its all-in financing, built-in insurance, and basic application requirements. With all-in financing, BDO can finance the loan-related fees and other bank charges, so there is no cash out from customers. Uulitin ko lang po in case hindi po natin narinig ng maliwanag. With all-in financing, no cash out from customers. At hindi lang po yan, because BDO also offers built-in insurance for credit life insurance and fire insurance. Ito po ay payable over 12 monthly installments at 0% interest. Kaya magaang na magaang sa bulsa. Tapos, ang hassle-free pa ng loan requirements because they are easy and simple. Number 1, a completely filled out and signed BDO home loan application form. 2, a valid government-issued ID with photo and signature. 3, income documents. 4, collateral documents. And number 5, marriage contract, if applicable. Easy and simple requirements, di po ba? BDO also offers fast loan processing because of its tie-ups with partner developers nationwide. A credit decision can be given in as fast as 5 banking days, and customers can conveniently apply at any BDO branch. BDO has tie-ups with many reputable developers nationwide. If the property being purchased ng ating customer is from one of BDO's accredited developer, then hindi na po kailangan ng appraisal or inspection po ng collateral property. No appraisal would mean faster processing of the loan application. Pag nasubmit na po ng customer ang complete application requirements, and assuming there is no appraisal involved, BDO can give a credit decision in as fast as 5 banking days. And with BDO's widest network of branches nationwide, applying for a BDO home loan is so accessible and convenient. So uulitin ko lang po, BDO offers its home loan customers the following. Number 1, low and affordable payment options. Number 2, hassle-free loan requirements. And number 3, fast loan processing. But wait, there's more! BDO Home Loan is here to assist with its exciting online promo called the 2021 Go Digital Promo. Ito pong promong to is exclusive for clients who will apply online via the BDO website at bdo.com.ph. And so you're wondering, what makes the promo special? The Go Digital promo has two exciting offers for online customers. First, the attractive low interest rates of 5.28% per annum fixed for 1 to 3 years and 6.28% per annum fixed for 4 to 5 years. Second, the promo offers waived appraisal fee of up to 5,500 pesos. The application take-in period is up to August 31, 2021, while the booking deadline or the availment period is until February 28, 2022. This will give customers ample time to apply online and prepare the requirements. To know more about the Go Digital promo, please visit the BDO website at bdo.com.ph and apply online. Also, customers have the option to send their home loan applications to any BDO branch nearest them. At pwede rin po kayo mag-email sa homeloan@bdo.com.ph and a BDO account officer will get in touch with you. Kung saan po pinaka-convenient para sa inyo ay doon po kayo mag-submit ng application. Very important, please take note lang po that the 2021 Go Digital promo will accept online applications via the BDO website bdo.com.ph until August 31, 2021. So, apply now! At BDO, we look forward to assisting you with your home financing needs. Thank you and stay safe.
Okay, thank you for watching the BDO home loan video. Sa BDO, customers can enjoy low and affordable payment options. Pwede pong mag-avail ng equal monthly payments or 60-day grace period or the pay interest only for the first 6 months. Ito po ang pinaka-affordable dahil interest lang ang babayaran nyo sa unang 6 na buwan. Kaya naman magaan sa bulsa. At hassle-free pa ang ating loan requirements tulad ng complete details sa BDO application form. Valid government ID na meron photo at signature. Documents to show proof of income. Collateral documents at marriage contract kung applicable. Simple and easy ang basic loan requirements sa BDO. So talagang napakadali po to apply for a BDO home loan. Simply visit the BDO website at bdo.com.ph and go to home loan page to apply online. At pwede ring mag-submit ng application to any of our BDO branches nearest you or send an email to homeloan@bdo.com.ph. But wait, there's more. On July 2 ay meron pong exclusive Zoom webinar for all customers of the Villar Group who are interested to know more about how BDO can help you with your bank financing. Please take a photo or screenshot for the Zoom webinar details. Uulitin ko lang po, take a photo or screenshot para maka-join po kayo sa lahat ng aming Zoom webinar on July 2, 2021. Again, thank you for watching the BDO Home Loan video. And if you have any questions, we will gladly answer them later on during the open forum. Thank you and stay safe.
Once again, that was BDO. Thank you, Ms. Cory Davila, for sharing your packages and financial options from BDO. Next up is we have RCBC with its account officers. Joining us this afternoon is Ms. Melanie Atienza and Ms. Dika Dumantay. Good afternoon, ma'ams.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Today, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Dika from RCBC Housing Loan Developer Generated Group. And here with me is Miss Lani.
I am Melanie Atienza, and I am one of the account officers handling Vista accounts in RCBC.
So let me just turn on our presentation. So if there are any questions, kindly take note of them during the presentation, and later on we'll be answering those in our open forum. So for our first part of the presentation, I'll turn you over to Ms. Lani Atienza.
Okay, good afternoon again, everyone. So RCBC, or Rizal Commercial Banking Corporation, is one of the Leechiu Group of Companies subsidiaries. We are one of the major players in consumer lending with a branch network that covers all major parts of the country. So currently, we have around 418 branches nationwide. RCBC has been awarded as the 2021 Best Digital Bank in the Philippines at the Business Tabloid Awards in London, UK by the International Business Magazine in 2021 Best Retail Bank in the Philippines by Global Banking and Finance Review. We are also awarded 2020 Best Digital Banking in the Philippines and Most Innovative Internet Banking Service Provider in the Philippines by the Global Economic, and 2020 Best Management Fund of the Year Peso Balance Fund winner by CFA Society of the Philippines. So what we offer, we have all kinds of loans to support our clients. So we have auto loans, personal loans, business loan, and home loan. But for today, we will be presenting to you our home loan, the benefits, the home loan process, and the interest rates of RCBC home loan. So this is what we offer. For home loan, we offer the financing assistance for the following purpose. So we offer assistance for purchase of house and lot and townhouse unit, purchase of condominium unit, and purchase of vacant lot. For the bank charges, our bank charges is around 2% of the loanable amount of the client. And then for the mortgage redemption insurance, our MRI is under Sun Life GREPA, and the MRI payment will be inclusive in the monthly amortization of the client. And then for the fire insurance will be under Malayan Insurance Company. This will be paid annually with the first year fire insurance premium inclusive on the bank charges of the client. So here are the benefits of home loan with RCBC. So first benefit is fast processing time. So you can get a loan approval within 3 to 5 banking days upon submission of complete application requirements. So this will also depend on the contactability of the client and the attorney in fact during the CI. So as long as we can contact the client or the attorney in fact upon CI, you may get an approval within 3 to 5 banking days. And the next benefit is the faster loan release. So after approval, once you have the approval, we may release the bank guarantee to the developer within 5 banking days. So once we have the loan approval, we may send the notice of approval to the clients the same day the account was approved. Then we will immediately call the client for the loan signing. Schedule. As for the loan signing this can be held at our head office in BGC Taguig, any RCBC branch near you, or at the comfort of your home through loan signing via Zoom app. So for the loan signing via Zoom, we just require the client to have 2 witnesses for the loan signing. And then after the loan signing, we will immediately release the bank guarantee to the developer for the signature of the signatories. And then once the bank guarantee and other developer documents like contract to sell and statement of account are returned to us, we may release the loan within 1 to 2 banking days. And then the next benefit is flexible loan term. So client may avail a housing loan from 500,000 pesos up to the maximum loanable amount of 90% of the total contract price of the property of the client. But of course, this is still subject to evaluation based on the borrower's capacity to pay. And our maximum loan term is 20 years or 65 years old upon loan maturity. So for lower interest rates, we offer discounted rates to our client. And for this event, we have exclusive interest rates to be offered to the attendees of this conference, which will be presented to you on the next slides. So this is the list of the qualified borrowers. So client should be Filipino or dual citizen. If a foreigner, must be married to a Filipino citizen. Client should at least be 21 years old upon loan application, or at most 65 years old upon loan maturity. Client should be permanently employed for at least 2 years, or if self-employed, business must be in profitable operation for at least 2 years. So this is a sample of how we evaluate the income of the client. So for example, if a client has a monthly income, gross monthly income of 100,000, we get 30% of the monthly income of the client as the net disposable income. And then the projected monthly amortization should be equal or less than the net disposable income of the client. As for clients with 101,000 and up income, we usually get 35% of the as the net disposable income of the client. Okay, I will turn you over to Ms. Dika to discuss the requirements of the housing loan, the process, and the interest rate. Ms. Dika?
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Lani. So we now move on to the requirements for availing of a housing loan with RCBC. So first, we move on to the locally employed clients. The first requirement will be accomplished application form or the buyer's information sheet of Vista Land. So we will be accepting this upon evaluation. So they may also submit this through the developer. Next is the proof of billing address, which should also match the declared address in the buyer's information sheet. And then the third is 2 government issued IDs, which are the following. It may be the passport, seaman's book for seafarers, postal IDs, those issued 2016 onwards, and driver's license, the social security ID, and the UMID or Unified Multipurpose ID, Professional Regulatory Commission ID or PRC, and the Integrated Bar of the Philippines ID. So these are the acceptable IDs. And then next is the latest ITR. So kindly note that this latest ITR is for 3 million loan amount and up. So also, we will be requiring this annually or yearly after the release of loan, if ever the amount is 3 million and up. And then the next is the certificate of employment and compensation and 3 months latest pay slips. So there we have it for locally employed clients. And for self-employed clients, what we will be needing is the accomplished application form, still same as locally employed, the proof of billing, and the valid ID. So still same as the ones I mentioned earlier. And then we have the audited financial statements and the ITR for the last 2 years of the business. And then we also have the business registration, mayor's permit, and DTI. So for corporation, we will require additional documents, which is the general information sheet and the SEC registration. So another document is also the bank statements of the business for the last 6 months. So if ever the business has multiple bank accounts, you may also submit the multiple bank statements. And then next is the list of suppliers and customers for at least five. So this must have the contact numbers and the address. And lastly, the company profile. So that is for our self-employed. And next is for our OFW. So the first three requirements, which is accomplished application form, proof of billing, and valid IDs, the same with the two other types of employment. And then for OFW, we will also require the certificates of employment and compensation with 3 months latest pay slips. So if ever that pay slips will not be available yet, we will require, or we will accept in lieu of the pay slips, payroll bank statement. So you may also submit this. And then the next requirement will be the personal details and contact number of the attorney in fact, and also the valid ID of the attorney in fact. So if you are an OFW, so they will be your representative. And then the last document is a special power of attorney form, SPA form. This can be locally notarized, which is executed here in the Philippines. And we will also require the passport entry and exit stamp. And if ever this is executed abroad, you may submit a consularized copy of this, which the Vista land form will be also acceptable. So there we have it for the requirements for the three types of categories of employment. So next is the mode of payment. So what are the mode of payments we have if ever your loan has been released with us? So first is the automatic debit arrangement, or ADA. This is the mode of payment that we highly encourage, since this is less hassle for the clients. So you may opt to choose from the ATM, which is which has a maintaining balance of 3,000. And for a passbook account, you may opt to choose passbook as well, with a maintaining balance of 5,000. And you may also issue post-dated checks if ever you haven't saved a checking account already. So we will require a minimum of 12 months post-dated checks. And you may also pay through our online facilities, online payment or online banking. So next is for the interest rate. So we are pleased to inform you that we have exclusive offers for our attendees right now at this conference or this event for Vista land clients. So fixed for 3 years, we have 1 to 3 years, we have 5.5 interest rate. If ever you opt to pay within 4 to 5 years fixing rate, we have 6.5 interest rate. So this will be subject to change if ever, but then we offer this until December 2021 for all application and releases until then. So now we move on to our next slide, which is the home loan process. So for the first stage or for the step will be the account officer accepts the bank folder or documents, as we call it, the bank folder for bank and developer from the developer and broker. So the account officer to conduct the initial evaluation. After then, the bank, after evaluating and the documents seemed complete, we then now forward this to our pre-approval department. They would then also evaluate the documents. If there are any other lacking documents, they will communicate with the client as well. You may receive emails or calls from this, from their group, to require or to request for lacking documents. On the third stage, once documents are complete, we now forward this to our credit for CI and evaluation. So this is the stage where you will also receive calls from our group or from our CI to evaluate or to verify those information stated in your buyer's information sheet and submitted income documents. So next, the fourth stage, once approved, account will now be forwarded to our consumer loan sales support. So this is the loan signing team. They will now send you the notice of approval and discuss to you the terms, and they will also schedule you for their loan signing. So the fifth stage or the fifth step will be loan signing and discussion at the head office or in any RCBC branch, and even at the comfort of your homes. So Especially right now, it's the new normal. So we highly encourage as well the Zoom signing and signing at branches nearest you for your safety. On the sixth step, the letter of guarantee and deed of undertaking will now be issued to the developer. Once the developer receives it, they will now have their signatory sign the documents. And on the eighth stage, the letter of guarantee, deed of undertaking, and other developers' documents will now be forwarded to our booking team for review and loan release. And of course, after the loan release, 30 days after that, the client may now pay their monthly amortization. So it's just those 9 steps. And as Ms. Lani mentioned earlier, just in 2 weeks, your loan will be released. So there we have it. And again, I'm going to turn you over to Ms. Lani for our FAQs.
Okay, so these are the frequently asked questions by the clients. So first question, upon approval of loan, can we still change the loan term and fixing rate as per client's request? Yes, this is still possible, but it is still subject for approval and will still based on income profile of the client and age of the client, since the maximum loan term is 65 years old upon maturity. And the next question, what if borrower's income is insufficient? What are other options? So the client may appoint a co-borrower or settle an additional down payment with the developer. And then the next question, who can be qualified as a co-borrower? So client's co-borrower must be a first-degree relative of the client with regular employment status. If employed or if self-employed, business should be established for 2 years.
So our next is, what if the client has a marital issue? Can they still apply for a home loan? So PB must be annulled or with court order. If not, spouse should also appear in all documents. So the next question is, what if the borrower has an existing insurance already? Can they use it as an insurance for housing loans? This will be possible. Existing insurance will be subject for evaluation. Next is, why do housing loan get disapproved? Client may have an existing loan resulting to insufficient income, or client with poor payment history. But if ever the client has an existing loan and results in insufficient income, they could still apply for a home loan, provided that they will provide a co-borrower, as mentioned by Ms. Lani earlier. So for RCBC, that will be all. Thank you so much, our dear future partners. And these are our account officers. We hope to see you and transact with you in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Melanie and Miss Dika, for sharing your offers and packages with RCBC. Up next, we have UnionBank of the Philippines joining us, and with it, its relationship manager. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Margaret Young.
Hi, hello.
Hi, Miss Margaret. Good afternoon. You may now take it away.
Let me first share my screen. Can you now see it? So hi, how's everyone so far? Are we still good? I hope you all still have energy to listen and not yet bombarded with too much information, since we are the fourth bank to be presenting today. So anyway, I'm glad you all took the time to participate in today's ViCon Summit. And before I begin, allow me to introduce myself to you. I am Margaret Young. I'm the relationship manager at UnionBank. So today I will be presenting UnionBank's home loan program. To start, let me give you a brief background about our bank. For those of you who may not know, UnionBank was incorporated way back in 1968 and has acquired its universal bank license in 1992. The bank's primary goal has always been to provide our customers with the best solutions and experiences by co-creating innovations, bringing the future of banking to the present by being forward-thinking, innovative, open, and agile. Since then, UnionBank has always been the first to embrace technological innovations to empower its customers. With this, it has consistently been recognized as one of Asia's leading companies, ranking among the country's top universal banks in terms of profitability and efficiency. Since 2016, UnionBank's digital transformation strategy reinforced its commitment to deliver superior customer experiences and promote inclusive prosperity in the country. In fact, for several years, the bank was renowned Best Digital Bank by prestigious institutions and also recognized in areas of transformation, people, and culture. To name a few, in 2020, UnionBank won the Digital Trailblazer Award in Asia Pacific region, awarded by the International Data Corporation. In 2019, UnionBank was awarded by the Asian Banker for the Mortgage Product of the Year, which is the retail loan platform. Now that we know who UnionBank is, it's time to share with you our digitized mortgage platform. So being a digital bank, we are so agile and we are very eager to innovate and improve our processes for our clients' convenience. I guess everyone will agree with me that for the longest time, we've been experiencing a lot of issues in processing applications, from the delayed approvals to the slow release of proceeds. So we thought of designing a program or a platform that would streamline the process and make it more efficient. So in 2018, the Retail Loans Platform, or RLP, was born. The RLP is specially designed to address and resolve the challenges I have mentioned earlier. With that, I would like to highlight its benefits and advantages. So first, it is convenient, it is fast, and it is flexible. Let me break down and explain them further one by one. Convenient online loan processing with real-time process updates. So now we can process and access applications remotely, which is perfect for our current setup, where we limit face-to-face transactions. Gone are the days when you can only do the work when you're at the office, especially now that most of us are on a work from home setup. Processing of applications can be now done at home every day, even on weekends, morning till night. Real-time loan application process updates via automated SMS and email notification to the loan borrower or loan customer upon release of conditional approval and final approval. So once the account is pre-approved or has a final approval, there is an automated text message and email that informs the client of the status of their application and if there are more documents needed to be complied. Conditional approval within 3 minutes upon submission of the following documentary requirements. With our RLP or digitized mortgage platform, we can process and release a conditional approval in as fast as 3 minutes. Yes, you heard it all right, 3 minutes. Provided that all basic requirements are submitted, no negative finding detected, that is not within our credit parameters, clients can be given a conditional approval in just 3 minutes. This means you have already passed the first stage of the application process, and we would now only need to verify your income capacity. That's right. So what are the basic requirements needed for the conditional approval? For the personal documents, we would need a scanned application form or the buyer's information sheet, which is available upon reservation of the property. Valid government-issued IDs of the borrower or the spouse. For the income documents, we would need certificate of employment with compensation or the latest 3 months payslip, whichever is readily available. For the collateral documents, we would need either the contract to sell, the reservation agreement, a statement of account, or a letter coming from the developer. For clients based abroad or OFWs, they would need to appoint an attorney in fact that would represent on their behalf. We would need the details of their attorney in fact, which are the valid government IDs, Philippine local address of the EIF, the mobile number, email address, birthday, and the relationship of the attorney in fact with the principal borrower. So this is a sample conditional approval being emailed to the client. This is what the client will receive once he or she is pre-approved. So the client will see here the details of the loan approved, the term, the approved interest rate, approved loan amount, the proposed monthly amortization, and the other documents that is needed to be submitted. So next benefit of the RLP is that it is flexible. So we can approve the loanable amount up to 90% of the total contract price. For example, your total contract price is 1 million. We can approve and grant a loan up to 900,000. Number two, the maximum term is 20 years. This is standard for locally based or locally employed clients and can also be approved for OFWs or clients based or working abroad. So even overseas clients can now have the option to stretch their paying years to a maximum of 20 years. Number three, maximum age limit of 70 years old. Yes, not 65, but it's 70 years old. So as long as the client will not exceed 70 years of age, upon the maturity of the loan, it is approvable. And last, the interest rates based on prevailing market rates. Our interest rates are always flexible. I will discuss more of it later. So here is a short run through of our application process with our RLP. So first is the encoding of the application in the system. If no negative findings detected, it will proceed with the release of the conditional approval. The system now notifies the client via text message and email. Then the account officer will contact the client for further submission of documents if they are still needed. Proceed with the final approval. Then next is the document signing and submission of the documents for final review. And lastly is the booking and the release of the proceeds. Now that we know how the mortgage process works, let us determine who are qualified to apply for a loan and which properties can we offer as collateral. So clients may apply for a home loan with acquisition of the following. Acquisition of condominium units with parking slots, house and lot, not only, and townhouses. So who can avail of a loan? Clients both locally and overseas can apply for a loan provided that, number one, they are employed with their current employer for at least a year with a regular employment status, or has a profitable business running for at least years. For the age, again, clients who will not exceed 70 years of age by the end of the loan term or the loan maturity. So clients with good credit standing, meaning they have no canceled or written off cards within 2 years from the time of loan application, and with no more than 200,000 outstanding or unpaid balance, if they have no previous housing or auto loans with past dues, and or foreclosed or surrendered properties. For the citizenship, clients who hold a Philippine passport, whether working or living abroad, and this also includes Filipinos married to foreigners. For the capacity to pay, clients whose proposed monthly amortization should not exceed 50% of their monthly income. The income can be combined if their spouses or they have co-borrowers or co-principals. For Filipinos working abroad or living abroad, or for seafarers, they must appoint a trusted attorney-in-fact or a representative who is living in the Philippines to represent and sign on their behalf. So their AIF would do the loan signing for them, and they would pay for the monthly amortization through opening of their account. So to note, the attorney-in-fact or the appointed representative is not a homemaker and will not be held liable in case of death. So I'll run through the list of the needed requirements to submit for the different types of clients. For locally employed clients, again, we would need a filled up application form or buyer's information sheet coming from the developer, valid government issued IDs, marriage certificate, if applicable, for married clients, TENOMAR or certificate of no marriage for single borrowers, latest COE with compensation, or latest 3 months payslip, so whichever is readily available. Latest ITR is just required for loan applications of 3 million and above. For overseas Filipino workers, same requirements. We will just need Additional requirements such as the special power of attorney, consularized if the document is signed and executed abroad, notarized if the document is signed in the state. Also, we would need to appoint an attorney in fact. For self-employed clients or for those who own their own their business or has a corporation, same requirements as above. Additional requirements are the latest business registration, DTI or SEC registration, latest mayor's permit, latest 2 years audited financial statement, latest 2 years ITR, the latest 6 months back statement, and list of 3 trade references, name and number of their top customers and suppliers. So for today, we have prepared a special treat for our clients who are registered in the ViCon Summit. We will be giving special rates just for today. So who are eligible to avail and what are the mechanics? All clients who are registered in the ViCon 2021 are eligible to join or to avail of the special rates, and the loan or the account should be bookable or should be released until March 2022. So what are our special rates? For today, we are offering 6% for 1 year fixing, 6.25 for 3 years, and 6.5 for 5 years. So what a treat. Low rates with fast approval and fast processing of reviews. Such a wonderful combination. Hindi lang pwedeng low rates lang pero mabagal naman ang application. With that, we hope to meet you at UnionBank and be of service to all of you soon. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Margaret Young from Union Bank of the Philippines. Now, our last speaker to share with us is Pag-ibig with its representative, Ms. Brenda Cao. Ms. Brenda, good afternoon. Hi, ma'am. Kindly unmute your microphone.
Sorry. Beautiful. Good afternoon to everyone, to all the participants in this big event, the ViCon Villar Group Convention. We are very glad to inform all our buyers, our partner developer, the Villar Group, to update them regarding the Pag-ibig housing loan of the Pag-ibig housing loan. So I'm Ms. Brenda Cao, Department Manager, 3 Pag-ibig Fund, under Corporate Sales Group in Mandaluyong City. So before I proceed with the presentation regarding the housing loan program of the fund, let's take a look of this Pag-ibig Fund snapshot, kung saan nasaan na yung pondo ngayon. Ang pondo ng ating mga miyembro, yung pera nila. So we cannot operate kung wala yung mga members natin. Okay, so we have active members, 12.77 million. And we have a total asset of 670.53 billion pesos. Membership savings for 48.2 billion pesos. We have a net income of 31.71 billion pesos. Dividend payout, it's 29.40 billion pesos. And we declared dividends last year for regular savings at 5.62%. And for MP2 savings, we declared 6.12%. So we have also 155 offices nationwide, and we have 20 overseas posts. So globally, ang miyembro natin, so lahat po ng nagtatrabaho dito sa Pilipinas at ibang bansa ay pwedeng magmiyembro ng Pag-ibig Fund. Next slide, please. So we will be discussing the end user financing program of the fund under Circular 396 and Circular 406. Next slide, please. as I've said, so we have this program under the End User Financing Program, and the borrower can avail as much as 6 million pesos and with low interest rates, and they can choose. It depends on their age at present. The maximum term is 30 years, and the borrower can also avail of a multiple housing loan. So we have 8 repricing periods. So first, for the first year fixing, we have 5.750%. And for the 3-year fixing, we have 6.250%. For 5-year fixing, we have 6.5%. For 10-year fixing, we have 7.250%. And for 15 years, we have 7.875%. For 20 years, we have 8.5%. For 25 year, we have 9.125%. And for 30-year fixing, we have 9.875%. And you can avail as much as 6 million pesos. For loan purpose, these are the loan purposes. First, you can acquire or you can purchase a residential lot or adjoining residential lots not exceeding 1,000 square meter. Number 2, you can purchase a residential house and lot, townhouse or condo unit, either old or brand new, property mortgage with a fund, adjoining houses and units, inclusive of a parking slot. House construction, home improvement, refinancing of an existing housing loan, and combo loan. So these are the loan purposes that you can avail once na you are a Pag-ibig member. And of course, we have to consider the eligibilities. Next, the eligibility requirements. So number 1, at least you are an active member with at least 24 monthly savings. And number 2, not more than 65 years old at the date of loan of application and not more than 70 years old at the date of loan maturity. Third, has legal capacity to acquire and encumber real property in the Philippines. No Pag-ibig housing loan foreclosed, canceled, bought back, or voluntarily surrendered. If with existing Pag-ibig housing loan account or short-term loan, payment must be updated. So under the basis, on the approval of the loan, we have to consider whichever is the lowest of the 3 factors. So first, the actual need. Second is the capacity to pay. And third is the loan to appraised value ratio. Basis on the actual need for the purchase of lot, purchase of a residential unit or PRU, it's the selling price. For refinancing, the basis is outstanding balance. For house construction or a home improvement, the basis is the total construction cost. Based on the capacity to pay of the borrower, for 1-year repricing period, it's 30% of your gross monthly income. For 3-year to 30-year repricing period, the requirement is at least, the consideration is 35% of your gross monthly income. For TAC loan, so kung hindi po kaya ng isang borrower natin yung kanyang gustong i-loan sa pondo, sa Pag-ibig Fund, so he or she can get a co-borrower, a maximum of 2 borrowers. So in a loan, in one account, the maximum is 3 qualified Pag-ibig members. For related co-borrowers, parents, siblings, and children of borrower. For non-related co-borrowers, pwede yung friends, partner, or any qualified Pag-ibig member. For loans up to economic housing, we have the consideration based on loan to appraised value of 95%. So the selling price is 1.3 million, capacity to pay is 1.6 million, appraisal is 1.425 million, loanable amount is 1.3 million. It's based on the three considerations po, whichever is the lowest among the three considerations. So since this is the lowest is 1.3, the approved loan is 1.3. For over economic housing limit, which is 90% ang consideration natin sa loan to value ratio natin. So this case, the selling price is 2.2, capacity to pay is 3 million, appraisal is 1.620 million, loanable amount is 1.620 million, since this is the lowest among the three considerations. Next. The account is covered by insurance, and of course, we have at least reduced this. Before, it was reduced from 41 centavos per 1,000 based on the premium rates natin, but now it's only 0.225 centavos per 1,000. So for burial, it has a rider, a burial benefit for up to 26,000 pesos. And for consideration, once ang isang borrower ay permanently disabled, full payment of the loan, and effect of terminal illness, amortization support up to 500,000 pesos. And for experience refund, 20% of the insurer profit to be refunded to the insured. And it has a processing time to claim the refund for within 24 hours. So for contract to sell scheme, it's a sales redemption insurance, while for real estate mortgage, it's called mortgage redemption insurance. So for the lowered interest rate, based on the basic premium rate, based on the appraised value of the building as high as 0.40%. And now it's only 0.1686% per annum. Before, the rental assistance for uninhabitable property, wala po siya, but now it has up to 15,000 pesos. Family personal accident, before it's none. No benefit for this. Now it's an aggregate limit of 500,000. Sabotage and or terrorism cover, before it's none, but now it's 5% of the appraised value or loan amount, whichever is higher. The maximum amount that you can claim is up to 150,000 pesos. And it has, aside from the 26,000, the burial benefit has increased, from 26 plus 5,000 pesos. That will be 31,000 pesos. For the affordable housing loan program of the fund, for those receiving or based on their income, they can avail a 30-year maximum loan term up to 750,000 pesos. For this, these are the minimum wage earners. Next. So for this table, there is a cut-off for those availing up to 580,000 pesos with a 32 square meter residential unit in a horizontal housing project. So for 580,000 pesos loanable amount, if you are working in the region, in the provinces, so if you are receiving not more than 12,000 pesos, you can avail of this 3% per annum interest rate. So wala pong makakatapat dito sa 3% na to for the socialized housing program. And for those working in NCR, up to 15,000 pesos, gross monthly income, they can also avail of this 580,000 pesos with an interest rate of 3% per annum. While for the 750,000 up to 750,000 pesos for working in the province or regions, the income required or up to 14,000 gross monthly income, they can avail of this 3% per annum, while working in NCR, the boundary or the requirement at least it's 17,500 pesos. The basis of the gross monthly income. And the term is 30-year, and the interest rate for 580,000 pesos, it will be repriced every 5 years. But for 6.5 interest rate, it's the repricing is every 10 years. The composition of the amortization is the principal balance, interest rate, and the insurance premium. So for contract to sell scheme, it's sales redemption insurance, while for real estate mortgage, it's mortgage redemption insurance. And of course, once na in default yung account, these are not only the considerations. Of course, we have the number one that we will be applying is the penalty, if there is any penalty. For modes of payment, first we have the salary deduction through employer collection servicing agreement. So it will be signed by the employer and Pag-ibig fund. So they will be remitting their collection on the following month thereafter. Auto debit arrangement with banks, post-dated checks for 12 months, and through accredited collection partners, the local remittance and the overseas remittance. So these are the local remittance: Asia United Bank, Bayad Center, Caspinas, DBP, EasyPay, Bills, SM Bills Pay, Metrobank, ML Uwilye, Land Bank of the Philippines, Globe or GCash. For overseas remittance, we have Asia United Bank, Caspinas, iRemit, Bentaha, and PNB. For processing and appraisal fee, first, the processing fee is 1,000 pesos. For fees from takeout, it will be capitalized. The processing fee is 2,000, and the appraisal is 1,000, and 1 year insurance premium. For the housing loan requirements, we have to require the borrower to submit a recent photo of borrower and co-borrower if applicable. So one valid ID, photocopy, it should be back-to-back, principal borrower and spouse, co-borrower and spouse, developer's authorized representative, and attorney in fact if applicable. Marriage contract, married birth certificate if applicable, and proof of income. For locally employed, income documents required any one of the following: certificate of employment and compensation, indicating the gross monthly income and monthly allowance or monthly monetary benefits received by the employee. Latest income tax return for the year immediately preceding the date of loan application with attached BIR form number 2316, stamp received by the BIR. Or certified 1 month payslip within the last 3 months prior to date of loan application. Okay. There is a note here for government employees: certified 1 month payslip within the last 3 months prior to date of loan application and must be submitted together with CEC or ITR. This is also applicable for those borrowers who intend to pay through their employer. Next slide, please. Next. So for self-employed, the requirements for income documents, any of the following. So ITR, audited financial statement, and official receipt of tax payment from bank supported with DTI registration, mayor's permit or business permit. Commission vouchers reflecting the issuer's name and contact details for the last 12 months. Bank statements or passbook for the last 12 months in case income is sourced from foreign remittances, pension, etc. Copy of lease contract and tax declaration if income is derived from rental payments. Certified through copy of transport franchise issued by appropriate government agency. So if you are a member of TODA, like Tricycle Drivers Association, Jeepney Drivers Association. So this LGU for tricycles, LTFRB for other PUBs. Other document that would validate source of income may be applicable. So for OFWs po, so the requirements, any of the following: employment contract between employee and employer or Philippine Overseas Employment Administration POA standard contract, certificate of employment and compensation written on the employer company official letterhead or CEC signed by the employer for household staff and similarly situated employees supported by a photocopy of the employer's ID or passport. So if you are an OFW, of course, you have to execute a special power of attorney, and that's so-called the attorney in fact, your representative in the Philippines. Notarized prior to date of departure. For OFW member abroad, SPA notarized by a Philippine consular officer or SPA notarized by a local notary of the country where the member is working, but duly authenticated by the Philippine consulate. Or income tax return filed with host country. Note, if documents are in foreign languages, English translation is a must. So we have this Pag-ibig Loyalty Card Plus, and we are inviting, we are persuading, we are convincing our valued members po natin dito sa Condo to register this Pag-ibig Loyalty Card Plus. What are the features of this card? So the most convenient way to create your virtual Pag-ibig account. So in this, once that you registered, you can check your contributions, your short-term loan status, your housing loan status, and the safest way to receive your short-term loan. And you can also enjoy discounts and rewards on purchases from over hundreds of establishments, accredited establishments of the fund. So we have also this program. This is another category of membership. So the 200 contribution every month being deducted from your salary, or 100 pesos from your salary and 100 pesos from your employer, it's under Pag-ibig 1. While this Pag-ibig 2, it's an optional membership who are interested for this, and the minimum contribution is 500 pesos per month. So this is with higher dividends than that of the Pag-ibig 1 membership. It's tax-free. So ito yung ating magandang adjective or description ng programang ito. It's tax-free. Okay? So compounded or annual with annual dividend payout option and with the 5-year maturity. So you can refund every 5 years and you can also reinvest again and then earn dividends for 5 years again. So these savings you can apply, register online. The fund website is www.pagibigfund.gov.ph and tingnan lang po yung member services. Then you register under this program, which is MP2 Savings of Pag-ibig Fund. Okay, you can invest 100,000, million, 1 million pesos for one-time payment. It's allowable for this program. And it is also open to pensioners. So we for Pag-ibig Fund, we have to thank Vista Group, Villar Group, for accommodating us, for presenting our programs, housing loan programs, and thank you. Again, this is Miss Brenda Tiglao, Department Manager, Developer Assisted 2 of the Corporate Sales Group, located in Gel Building, Mandaluyong City. So for our contact details, visit our website po, www.pagibigfund.gov.ph, and our number is 8422-5005. Thank you so much for this time presenting Pag-ibig Fund Housing Loan Program, and we appreciate your invite, and thank you so much as partner, developer of this corporation. Marami po kayong natutulungan na mga miyembro ng Pag-ibig Fund para magkabahay through Pag-ibig Financing Program. Of course, we are hoping that our partners, hahaba po yung ating partnership with the fund, and mas marami pa po kayong madideliver na Pag-ibig housing loan accounts with the funds. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
All right, once again, talking about the Pag-ibig Housing Loan Fund, thank you, Ms. Brenda Cao, for sharing your insights. All right, at this point, we would like to call on our moderators for this discussion with our financing partners. Introducing Vistaland CFO and Head for Investor Relations, joining us this afternoon is Mr. Brian Edang. Good afternoon, Sir Brian.
Afternoon.
Also joining us this afternoon is Vistaland Admin Group Head, Ms. Teresa Tumbaga.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. All right, once again, may we ask our financing partners to turn on their cameras as we begin our moderation and discussion about house financing and property financing.
May we request the other banks to already turn on your video so we can add you to the screens, whoever will answer questions. Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity to thank you all for participating in this first biggest virtual property expo. We're hoping to do this every year, hopefully. And thank you for giving our audience attendees special rates specifically for you. Thank you so much. So we kick off with the first question. Hold on, let me see this. Okay, the first question anyone can answer. With the pandemic, I believe that most of the financial institution actually you implemented some tightening in credit approvals. So the question is, will you be easing them and when? So we can start with AllBank. Thank you. Please unmute yourself. Can we request?
Yes, I'm sorry, I did not get I was not able to get the question.
Okay, let me repeat the question. Okay, so the pandemic actually resulted to the financial institutions implementing strict or tightening in their credit approvals. So with the with the vaccination rollout and us going out of this pandemic, will you be easing them, and when would that be? Thank you.
Well, as far as AllBank is concerned, I would say at this point in time, we were not badly hit by the pandemic. So we are actually business as usual. And as far as interest rate is concerned, we have not tightened the interest rate. So insofar as the pandemic is concerned, we do not have any problem at all.
Maybe also get the opinion from answer from BDO, and then after that RCBC, UnionBank, and Pag-ibig. Thank you.
Well, actually, good afternoon, Brian. This is Dang from BDO. As regards to the question, we haven't really, totally tightened our parameters as far as the qualifications of borrowers are concerned. It's basically the same. And in the case of your borrowers, especially with the Vista Land Group, we look at the seasonality of the accounts. So these are those who actually bought properties way back, 2 years ago. So therefore, you can already see the pattern, the payment history. So that's basically 50% of the, decision consideration in granting a loan. Siguro, it's really more of we want to tighten the documentation. So maybe for the past year, medyo, yung iba dinidiffer natin. You can submit it after the loan release. But right now, we want to make sure that, the documentation is airtight. So I think that's on that aspect. But as far as credit is concerned, the parameters are basically the same.
What about from RCBC?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jenny from RCBC. Yeah, basically for RCBC, there's of course there's a tightened parameter as to result of the pandemic. But as mentioned, we can basically assess our borrowers by submission of the latest income documents if clients still employed, so we can process the loan application. And also, as Ms. Dang mentioned, we also check on the buyer's capacity to pay on the basis of the payment on the down payment. Yes, that's it.
From anyone from UnionBank? Or are you on mute?
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay.
Just like the other banks, business as usual. Heightened credit investigation. We just need to verify that the clients are still employed. That's why we are requiring latest employment documents from them, latest COE with which is preferably issued within 30 days, and latest 3 months payslip.
And finally, from Pag-ibig, ma'am.
Yes, of course. From Pag-ibig Fund, we have also same parameter, same policy. But of course, as what RCBC officer said, we have to validate prior to loan approval if the borrower is still employed with that company. So we conduct a credit investigation. So the basis of Pag-ibig Fund is only the income, none other than that. So we are only conducting employer validation through virtual call, telephone call, and through email.
Okay. Another question here. With the current pandemic, OFW clients are struggling processing the consularized SPA form due to the difficulty in securing schedule with the consul. Are there other options to proceed with the release of their loan in the absence of the SPA form? And is online loan signing applicable already? So can we start with RCBC? Okay, for the online signing, yeah, I'm proud to say that RCBC is doing the Zoom signing, so we can conduct loan signing in in the comfort of your home. So basically, you don't have to go out in your houses or to go to our nearest branch for loan doc signing. So we can just conduct it through Zoom signing. We just have to schedule it with you. We're gonna send the loan documents to your houses. And then for the consularized SPA, so basically we really have to, the client need to submit the consularized SPA prior to loan booking, but we can allow processing of the loan approval prior to the submission of the consularized SPA. But prior to booking, we need the consularized SPA on hand.
Okay, thank you, Miss Jenny. Miss Dan, can you have your comment on this?
Yeah, okay. Same with what Jenny mentioned. SPA is actually not regulatory. It's a legal document. So it's a legal requirements that we cannot forgo. So unfortunately, it needs change of regulation. So yeah, we don't change that. We really have to, that's really a requirement. Now for the virtual loan signing, we are actually in the process of also doing virtual loan signing. Maybe next month. We're still trying to ensure that the guidelines and that we adhere to the BSP's regulation as far as the KYC is concerned using the virtual means. As it is right now, we actually ask our borrowers to we do this mass signing wherein we ensure also that there's safety. The safety protocol is being followed. But by next month, we should be able to probably launch our virtual loan signing. But that will not cure the SBA, by the way. That's totally different.
Yeah. Okay, Sir Vic, do you have your comment?
Yeah, actually, as far as AllBank is concerned, the same as the previous speaker, well, we can actually go on with the processing. As I said, it is business as usual as far as AllBank is concerned. Now, for the consularized SPA or document, while we are waiting for its arrival, then we can go on with the processing. But of course, under these abnormal times, the answer to everything is actually digital. So very, very soon also, the eKYC would be a reality as far as AllBank is concerned. For as long as we are able to check the liveliness of the person on the other line, I think electronic signature is something that is really necessary and should become acceptable.
Okay. You have from UnionBank, Meg.
For the loan signing, yes, we do allow Zoom loan signing right now, so we can deliver and pick up the documents from the clients' houses, and then we can schedule Zoom signing. For the SPA, yes, we still need the consularized SPA as it is a requirement prior to booking. Although right now, for some countries who accept apostille certification, we accept SPAs with apostille certifications. And for the convenience of the clients, since we know that the delivery of the consularized SPAs will take time, so for now, we can accept scanned copies of the SPA for us to book the account. So we accept scanned copies of the consularized SPAs as well as apostille certification.
Okay.
Hey, ma'am, for Pag-ibig Fund, of course, it's really a consularized document, a special power of attorney. And what Ms. Yang said also, we do accept the SPA with certificate apostille. So we do also accept that apostillized or yun nga, duly consularized SPA. But about regarding virtual signing, so this is another process. This is another activity which is borrower's validation. So we do allow a virtual signing for this borrower's validation and not for the issuing or execution of special power of attorney.
Thank you. We have one question here from the audience. In cases of application disapproval due to credit cards, how do the applicant clear such findings? We start from Pag-ibig. Do you have that?
We do not, in our credit investigation, we do not include credit card investigation or checking. It's only the salary of the borrower, contacting the employer. If they will confirm, if they this is valid amount, then subject for approval.
Margaret? From UnionBank?
For the canceled cards, we are glad to inform the clients that we do accept application of clients who has previous canceled cards, provided that the canceled card is within 2 years from the time of loan application, with outstanding balance not more than 200,000. For canceled cards within the parameters of from other banks, we do not need to settle the outstanding balance. But for UnionBank credit card, UnionBank canceled cards, we require them to settle the balance prior to loan booking.
And Jenny, what about from RCBC?
Yeah, with regards to canceled card for RCBC, we required settling of canceled outstanding balance of those canceled credit card. But for those canceled card more than 10 years, we can accept that. But below 10 years, we require settling or full payment of the canceled credit card outstanding balances prior to loan booking. But we can process the loan application.
Great. Vic for AllBank.
Yeah, for the past due credit card, which are older than 5 years, then we no longer require anything. But for past due credit cards that are not beyond 5 years, we will only require the client to settle the loan obligation, and that is already okay.
What about lastly from video, Dan?
Well, actually, it's same with all home, no? If it's more than 5 years and it's canceled card, for as long as, you know, the balance are not really that substantial, we can still consider. So even if you have an adverse findings in your credit card na current, especially kung BDO yun, we can still process your loan application with the condition that prior to loan release, you have to settle your obligation.
Another question from the audience. Question lang po, pwede po bang mag-apply ng housing loan from Pag-ibig or bank ang isang formerly Filipino citizen pero hindi pa siya nag-apply for a dual citizenship? If pwede po, ano po ang pwede niyang, anong document ang kailangan para makapag-apply? Okay. From Pag-ibig, Ms. Brenda?
Yes, for not dual citizen. So it's citizenship from the host country.
Yeah. Kasi hindi pa siya nag-a-apply ng dual citizenship. So technically, foreigner na siya.
Only yes, it's allowable provided he can or she can provide us income documents and special power of attorney if in case na she cannot directly transact with the fund here in the Philippines.
Ms. Dang?
For former Filipinos, you were saying kasi na hindi pa siya dual citizenship. So there's a plan. Well, yeah, we can process. We can process for as long as you know, prior to loan release, maging dual citizen siya. So otherwise, kasi we have BDO and we have another subsidiary, we call that BDO Finance. So the BDO Finance can actually accommodate yung foreigners. So kung former Filipino ka and you're not a dual citizenship holder, which means you're a foreigner. So we can still process, but the booking would be under our BDO Finance, not under the main bank.
Okay. Jenny from RCBC.
we can process, provide it will be a conditional approval. The submission of dual citizenship will be prior to loan booking.
Sir Vic?
Yeah, as far as we are concerned, it will be the same. We can process, of course, provided the applicant is willing to execute an affidavit of allegiance or oath of allegiance. I'm sorry, oath of allegiance.
Meg?
Same with the other banks. We can process the application, we can grant the approval, although we cannot release the proceeds until we get the oath of allegiance from the client.
Great. This one is different. The question is, I'm a U.S. citizen from California and interested in buying a house in the Philippines. Am I qualified to get a home loan, and what are the requirements? Sir Vic?
As far as we are concerned, I don't think he is qualified. I don't think he is qualified to apply for a housing loan because he is a total foreigner.
Okay, Jenny, would be the same?
Yeah, it's still the same. It's a
I guess,
foreigner.
Meg, same for you guys?
If he is single, no, we cannot accept the application since he's a foreigner. But if he is married to a Filipina, then yes, we can accept the application as long as the Filipino wife still holds a Philippine passport.
What about for video, Dan?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that kanina na if you're a foreigner, we can actually process, but this is going to be booked under
Okay, another question
foreign
here.
borrowers. But for
Another question here. Can I appoint attorney in fact even I'm a locally employed, or can I appoint a friend to be my attorney in fact instead of a relative? Sir Vic, may want to start?
Yes, of course. Of course. If you do not have the time and if you want to appoint somebody, even if he or she is not your relative, that is your call. For as long as the SPA is notarized, there's no problem.
Okay. Miss Jenny, is that the same answer?
Allow, subject to approval.
Okay. Miss Meg?
If he is locally employed, then no need for an AIF or an attorney in fact. If the client is based or working abroad, and anyone, he can appoint anyone as attorney in fact. We're not very particular about that. Relative or friend, it's okay.
Okay. Miss Dan, is the same answer?
Yeah, preferably relatives, because we want that person accountable. So in case to case, we can probably deviate, but we need to establish why a friend, co-make for another person's obligation.
Miss Brenda?
Of course, when you designate a special attorney in fact, as secured if it's your nearest relative, but it's a case-to-case basis, and if in that case, we have to validate. We have to validate the document, the attorney in fact, and we have to coordinate with the borrower if really he authorized his friend like that. So we allow po yun.
Okay, another question here. Will the interest rates remain low post-pandemic? Jen, you can start.
For now, sir, I can say the rate that we provided is up to December, but after that, we really can't say what will be the rate after that.
What about you, Meg?
That would actually depend, sir, on with BSP. But right now, with our current rate or the special rate we have offered, the rates are applicable until March 2022.
Ms. Dang?
Our rates are basically stable, even prior to the pandemic, no? So it's basically the same. And even, if you go back 2 years ago, parang ganun pa rin yung rate. It hasn't really moved. So it really depends on BSP if there's a drastic change in the cost of funds, then that would actually trigger an upswing of the interest rates. But right now it's pretty stable, and most of our rates are actually good until the end of the year.
Sir Vic for AllBank.
Well, my opinion as a banker is that the interest rate will still remain the same, because even after the pandemic, if there will be recovery in the economy, it will be on a very slow basis, probably in the first year. So we are uh, today is 2021. Probably it will remain up to 2022. And changes would probably begin as a professional banker, but changes will probably begin in the year after 2022.
Thank you. What about for Pag-ibig, ma'am? Do you think the rates will remain the same?
This is a government corporation, and our interest rates are fixed for 6 months. But competitive naman po yung ating interest rates. Minsan bababa pa siya. But of course, yung ating very low interest rate, which is the housing loan program of the fund, affordable housing, it's only 3% per annum.
Okay, we have a question here for Pag-ibig. Okay lang po ba na advice namin si client na taasan ang contribution niya sa Pag-ibig para malaki din daw ang kanyang loanable amount?
No, the contribution is not related or not partnered with the amount, no, or the loanable amount that you want to avail of. So that's why we have before, it's based on that policy that if you want to avail of a bigger loan, you have to contribute as much as, I think it's 7 or 18,000 for 24 months that you have to pay. But now it's only 4,800 pesos. You can avail as much as 6 million pesos. So it's not based on the monthly savings. Sa 200 contribution po natin kada buwan, for as long as kaya ng ating capacity to pay, and of course we have to consider the 3 considerations, which is the appraised value and the income and the actual need, the selling price, you can avail as much as 6 million pesos kahit na 200 lang po yung ating contribution.
Okay, this will be the last question for the day, and I'm giving this to the banks. Recently, we have seen Philippine banks lending less. What's your view on this? Are you seeing an uptick in the loan application right now, specifically on the housing loans? We can start with Meg.
For the past couple of months, I think we're just doing the same. The applications are still doing good. The releases are very good, and I believe the real estate business is not very affected by the pandemic. So I think we're just doing good.
Ms. Dang?
Well, there's a slight actually decline, no, from last year's turn-ins, but it's pretty stable since last quarter of last year. So it went up, and then it's slowly going up. So we predict that probably in the second half of this year, the turn-ins would be much higher.
Then, for RCBC?
During the start of the year, this 2021, we see increase in our turn-ins, and basically in terms of loan bookings, we do meet our targets. So basically, I can see more progress in terms of an increase in turn-ins and loan application as well.
Sir Vic?
Well, the demand will definitely go up. It will definitely start to go up.
Great. I think that's different for Pag-ibig. Pag-ibig has been increasing like since 2020.
Yes, sir. So our board approved target is 71.5 billion pesos. Our stretch target, it's 88 billion pesos. And our dream target is 100 billion pesos for this year, sir.
Wow.
For that, thank you so much. And I think we've learned a lot from you. For those questions that we have answered, we'll email them to you. And again, Thank you very much for giving time to us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, to our finance and bank partners, please don't
Thank
go
you, Sir
anywhere.
Brian.
To express our gratitude to our financing partners, we would like to award you with our certificate of appreciation. So once again, may we invite AllBank, BDO, RCBC, UnionBank, and Pag-ibig to join us and turn on your screens as we would award you with our certificate of appreciation. All right, so the Villar Group of Companies presents this certificate of appreciation to our bank partners for sharing their insights and expertise as financing partners during the ViCon, the Villar Group Convention, the country's first and biggest property expo by property giants Vista and Lifescapes Incorporated and Golden Envy Holdings Incorporated, given this 24th of June 2021. Signed, Manuel B. Villar Jr., Villar Group Chairman, and Manuel Paulo Villar, President and CEO of Vista and Lifescapes Incorporated. So, the certificate is awarded to BDO. We would also like to acknowledge RCBC. All right, and then we'd also like to acknowledge UnionBank. And lastly, of course, we would like to acknowledge Pag-ibig. All right, once again, thank you to our bank partners and hopefully our viewers and our virtual visitors at the ViCon have learned a lot from our financing partners, and this will help them to decide which bank is more suitable or finance partner is more suitable for their needs. So at this point, we are moving on to the final raffle draw of the day. So I'm sure everyone is excited to find out who will be our next batch of 10 winners to win prizes such as 2 winners of 1,000 worth of all easy load, 3 winners of 1,000 worth of gift certificates from Coffee Project, 1 winner of 2,000 worth of shopping credits from All Toys, 1 winner of 2,000 worth of shopping credits from All Sports, 1 winner of 2,000 worth of shopping credits from Fines Discount Store, 1 winner of 2,500 pesos worth of grocery basket from All Day, courtesy of Prime Asset Ventures Inc., and 1 winner of 5,000 pesos worth of grocery basket from All Day Supermarket. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention to the screen as we draw our final 10 winners for the day. Good luck, everyone. Our final 10 winners for today are Crizel Mikey de Guzman, Christian Rayos, Edna Marie Banda, J.R. Divino, Charmaine Artizuela, Emmanuel Elijah Diaz, Maria Angelica Culibrina, Riza de la Cruz, Marianne Lorenzo, and Bea Pauline B. Rojales. Once again, congratulations to our 10 winners. Please check your email addresses as we will be contacting you on how you can claim your prizes for today's event. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is it for today's first day of ViCon. So we would like to thank everyone for joining us this day, and we hope that you have learned a lot from our industry experts and financial experts on possibly encouraging you to invest in your future in property and real estate. Of course, our program does not end there. Tomorrow we will be picking up again the ViCon at 8 a.m. So make sure to join us as our developers, property developers, and commercial spaces will be talking about their special offers and promotions for their brands. Once again, we would like to thank everyone for joining us today. This has been ViCon, the Villar Group Convention, the first and the biggest, largest property expo in the Philippines. We'd like to wish everyone a good day and stay safe.